do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Okay, there we go. Right, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah. Good day, Gunslinger. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. Hopefully everything is all right. You doing okay? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do do do. Dee dee. Okay, mute that. Not. Interesting. Okay, I think it's good. Turkey Day here.
Hey everyone, my name is Vitch.
Ow. Turkey Day. Well, that's fun. I do enjoy how they've put the his name behind the icon. It's a good start. Hey, Hampton Man, nice to see you.
Slav Balanikov, and I'm the game director for War Thunder. Today, I'll be answering some of the community's questions.
When will the games
through ground battles, namely by using the special option of converting earned experience, the relevance of dedicated helicopter PvP has naturally declined. After all, players
not heli PvP, as if that's a thing.
top BR players and the other 1. This makes the match less fair. Can the matchmaker match these 4 players?
queue times.
I feel like going through this
Matchmaking system is always a compromise between.
Yeah. This is gonna be such a pain. Ugh.
Okay. Hey everyone.
There we go. Do you like BVD stunts? I like BVD stunts. All right, let's get this going. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to do a set of recordings to start off with, which are all going to be the Q&A that Gajin did earlier. We've got old Vyacheslav, then we're going to be discussing it, we're going to be talking about it, and then we're kind of going to be going from there. So it should be quite fun, should be interesting. We'll see how it goes, as always. So yeah. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Gaijin released a massive Q&A. They released it on Thursday. What the fuck was that noise? What? Hell of a nice see you. Did you see the US cancel their new frigate? No, I didn't. I don't think the American Navy is dead. I don't know where that idea comes from. They're still the largest navy in the world. So. What the fuck was that? Let me just check something. No, I don't have anything else up. Weird. Right, let's try again. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. It's time to have a look at a massive Q&A that Gaijin did. Now, they released this Q&A on Thursday. We are recording it on Thursday, but you guys are probably going to see it on Saturday. The reason for this is because Gaijin has decided to put a ridiculous amount of news items out on the same day, and in order to kind of like sort out flow and sort out everything, I'm trying to get stuff a bit more scheduled because my work stuff, so my actual work, if you didn't know, we do like the YouTube stuff, we do the streaming stuff, which we're recording on stream too, but I also have my actual work stuff. So in terms of workflow, it's a bit all over the place right now. It's a very busy period for me, so I apologize that this isn't coming out on Thursday, but it's going to be coming out on Saturday instead. Anyway, Gaijin did this massive Q&A with Vyacheslav Bulanikov, the good old game director. As you can see, he looks very pleased to be doing this. If you haven't seen the thumbnail for, for this Q&A, you need to. It is absolutely fantastic. Vyacheslav really showing off his true charisma and his general expressions. For me, I see this as him just, you know, basically being like, I'm tired, boss. Please stop making me go ahead with these questions. So yeah, we're going to be going through it. It's a long one, so there might be several parts here. It's 25 minutes long, and they go through a ton of topics. A lot of the topics they've already talked about previously. They've already given answers on, so we're just going to go over the same ground once again. And also, there is some new stuff here too, which is quite nice to see. So, stay tuned, and as always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let's get into it. So, I just do like a little bit of kind of an intro here. What I'm going to do in this video is I'll let them talk, and then I will pause, and then kind of give my thoughts on it too. You can also see they kind of screw up his name with the little icon here. So we'll do play, pause, play, pause, play, pause.
Slav Bulanikov, and I'm the game director for War Thunder. Today, I'll be answering some of the community's questions.
When will the game's interface be updated?
The game's interface gets updated every single update. Literally, even in the community update, they talked about some interface updates they're doing. But this, I don't know if it's like a short-term memory thing, or I just don't know. But I remember, like, even a year, 2 years, 3 years ago, the profile literally started being updated last December. So, but I suppose it depends on what you see as the game interface. So I don't really understand how this question works.
It'll never be updated. But seriously, in a project of this scale with such a long lifespan, a complete and sudden overhaul of the interface is always extremely stressful,
Not gonna happen.
both for the people playing the game and the team working on it. For players, because everything suddenly looks different, which brings mixed feelings and strong feelings as well. Some like it, some don't. For developers, because the interface is enormous. I'm not even sure what the player meant by interface. We have so many different types, in-game, research, and so on. But in any case, it's a massive amount of work, and if you replace it entirely, a huge number of bugs will inevitably appear, all of which need to be fixed. So that's why I say it'll never be updated. Instead, we follow an evolutionary approach to interface development. That means we constantly change and improve individual parts, making things more convenient, adding new features. This way, it's much easier for us to gather feedback from the community on a specific change or feature. And on the other hand, we don't overwhelm players who aren't interested or affected by those changes. So the interface is always evolving. You can actually see how much it's changed over the past year. Just compare your old screenshots if you've been playing for a while. Before and after really tells the story.
I have no real comments to add to that because it's such an odd question to me. The game itself gets updated all the time, right? It is something which consistently happens when it comes to War Thunder. Even if you have a look at this screen and the way that it is set up, it is completely different to how it was even a year ago in terms of the information that it displays. If you actually hover over these different areas, it tells you which vehicles were individually involved in each action. It also tells you through the top layer over here what you're able to actually see. And this is just a small part of the interface itself. And then when you have a look at other areas, when you actually have a look at, the actual hangar itself, they've completely changed the bottom part, they've updated it. They've also at the same time made it so you can move around everything. They've completely updated the profile, they've completely updated the achievements area. I I, I don't get it, I kind of get his like befuddlement with the first question. It's not a strong start. Let's be honest. Hopefully it improves.
Screenshots, if you've been playing for a while, before and after really tells the story.
Will anti-radar missiles be added?
Yes, the game is getting more and more large SAM systems, which are exactly the kind of targets those missiles are designed for, even though we're a bit skeptical about how effective they'll be compared to other fire-and-forget weapons already in War Thunder. After all, long-range, high-speed missiles of that kind are quite common now.
Isn't it really odd how instead of doing these things in kind of evolutionary ways, which is how you're supposed to do these things, they've straight up just said that the reason why, like, even though we're going to add them next year in the first half of next year, so we're going to get an anti-radiation update, probably going to add some harms like AGM-88, probably going to maybe add shrikes, but probably not, since they said that they're not very useful compared to other missiles. But BUD straight up is just saying they're not as useful as things that they've already got. But surely that is a problem with the game design and also the planning department of what they've decided to add to War Thunder. Since they've added all of these things before the other mechanics, now those new mechanics are going to be worthless. And surely that has to be seen as a problem with how they've actually developed the game. Surely you want stuff to have a natural progression forward instead of adding things that are just completely worthless. This is kind of like the AP bomb issue at the end of the day, and also many other mechanics in War Thunder which get added, but they just do not have a place in the game. They may have had a place a few years previously, but now even the lead development of the game is saying, yeah, we're doing them, but like, doesn't really matter, does it? Because we already have stuff that's better than it. And surely that's an issue. Surely that type of kind of thinking needs to be brought into the actual development themselves. If the game director is saying that, how is that not being translated into what is happening in the game?
ARMs could still introduce an interesting gameplay mechanic to the game. Besides that, anti-radar missiles could also serve as a way to recon enemy positions. So our plan is as follows.
What?
If we add them, we'll refine the interface in such a way so that when you use such a missile, you'll roughly see where the enemy SAM is located. So yes, we plan to introduce them, I think, most likely in the first half of next year.
So the way that I see stuff like that working is what people will generally do is they will just use like a couple of them to scout out the way or the area where SAMs are, which, to be honest, on most maps, the SAMs assign the spawns because you literally can't go anywhere else. So it's probably better just to take glide bombs because the glide bombs can't be intercepted right now by SAMs. So you can just carpet bomb spawns and destroy the SAMs. But yeah, they could technically be used as scouting. The problem is all of these vehicles at high tier, which would use stuff like this, have either very good optics or thermal pods. So guess what? You can see them anyway. And it's been an issue for the longest time in War Thunder, and that hasn't been addressed at all here. Basically, they've just said, yeah, the mechanics are not going to be very useful because there's already stuff that does what it does, and it does it better. So I don't know. They screwed up the timing on these things. It's completely the wrong way around. It's nice to see that they admit it though, and hopefully in the future this doesn't happen as much.
So yes, we plan to introduce them, I think, most likely in the first half of next year.
Will the survivability of tactical and long-range bomber aircraft improve?
Yes, we're not fully satisfied with how these aircraft are currently set up. Their current parameters aren't realistic enough. They're simply way too fragile, and that makes those planes that are already quite challenging to use even less competitive when facing fighters of their respective battle ratings.
I mean, that's very true. The bombers in War Thunder are paper. They're completely worthless. But I also remember a time in War Thunder, it must have been 11 years ago now, where they fundamentally broke the game, where they tried to fix this issue before. What they ended up doing is making bombers insanely tanky. meaning that it took all of your rounds to be able to destroy them. They actually changed the way that kind of penetration works on rounds and also general damage. And it just meant you couldn't kill them. Also, in the same update, they released one of the most hilarious bugs ever to be seen in War Thunder. And that bug was simple. If you spawned in a plane, usually a bomber or something like that, you could crash it into the ground at the start of the battle, and then when you left the battle, you instantly got 20,000 RP. So you had a day or two before it was fixed where everybody was just ramming themselves into the ground to be able to research full tech trees very, very quickly. Now, if they decide to update bombers in a way of like updated models, or maybe they give more kind of more improvements to the turrets and the gunners and stuff like that, I think that would actually be really fun. But right now, we'll have to see what they do. I don't really get how they're supposed to fit all of these general bombers into the game and also make everything still work. Because the way that a lot of the bombers were designed for in real life, like I always bring up the Japanese stuff, right? But also like the British stuff. So, for example, like a lot of the British bombers were designed around the idea of night bombing. Night bombing in the Second World War was very large for Britain. And so a lot of the improvements that British bombers got was not just with being able to fly high, but also accuracy of the bombing sites and accuracy of dropping bombs on targets, and also flare systems. So therefore, you knew where to go because you would follow an aircraft in, which would set off flares as kind of like a recon thing to tell you what line and what path to take to drop your bombs. And then also you had even chaff and stuff like that to try and confuse radar. None of these things are really added into the game because they don't really fit it, and also they wouldn't add to like the gameplay experience. Or with the Japanese bombers, a lot of them were just completely designed to go very long distances. So their bomb loads are very small and they don't really do too much, and they're not very fast, and they don't have a ton of guns on them because they were designed to be more lightweight, so therefore the fuel would last longer. I don't know how in War Thunder you can take these things into account and also make them balanced, because whenever they buff bombers, the strong bombers that already exist, the ME-264, the Ju-288, the HE-177, even other vehicles like from other nations, even like the G8N1, for example, they get mega buffed. And this means that everybody just plays those. So unless they go through individually per vehicle and try and see what they can do, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. By the way, nice to see everybody on the stream. We're just going through the Q&A. So if you want to discuss stuff or do anything like that, that's what we're doing.
Will we get an artillery sight
Ah!
for indirect fire on SPGs?
Save
Nope,
me!
that's not planned.
Yes!
You have to understand, such a sight would look extremely unrealistic, and it wouldn't really fit a game like
Thank you,
War Thunder.
BBD.
On top of that, you also have to understand that it wouldn't make indirect fire as easy as some of you might expect. The reason for that is that the main limitation when firing from behind cover isn't the lack of a special sight, it's the trajectory.
Yeah.
For most artillery vehicles available in-game, the minimum firing range can actually exceed the size of War Thunder's maps, so that kind of sight just wouldn't help you at all. That said, the game already includes pretty realistic ways to perform indirect fire, if the trajectory actually allows it. You can do artillery spotting using a drone, artillery spotting through another vehicle or an aircraft. You can also set the range manually using the azimuth scale. All the realistic methods are already there, so you can absolutely use those.
He's completely right. And to be honest, I am kind of a bit sick of people wanting artillery sights in the game. Not because of the realism factor, because they're not realistic, as BVD just explained. You know, we've been through all of this stuff before. I don't know how many times I've said the exact same thing he's just said when it comes to all this stuff. The reason why in War Thunder people want these types of sites is so they can go and sit somewhere off, like near the map, you know, not really getting involved in the battles and being able to kill people without the threat of dying. because then they can just do whatever they want. And it's kind of one of those things where if you do something which always has a positive outcome and nothing negative can happen to you, therefore you're going to do it over and over again and it's going to feel good for you. The problem is it feels really bad for the person on the other side. And one of the problems that we've seen in other games, such as World of Tanks, for example, which is a lot more arcadey, by the way, and also has a lot of other factors involved in the way that their damage system works and their health system works. But what we've seen in that game is artillery has been changed so many damn times. And that is a game where they can balance through many more factors than War Thunder can. And they can do many more things. They can make stuff completely unrealistic to balance them. And they still struggled for many years to make it work. In War Thunder, you don't have any of those factors. And at the same time, it doesn't even make sense in a realistic setting. So I 100% agree with what BUD is saying here. I don't want any artillery sight stuff in the game. There are ways that you can already do indirect fire, and I personally have done them quite a few times. I would like to see overpressure getting a little bit of discussion in this Q&A. That would be really nice. I don't know if it's going to or not, but that is something that would be really cool because of the simple fact that for me is more of a problem right now with artilleries, where many of them just don't even have to aim. They just fire in the general direction or something and hope for the best, which for me is not exactly fantastic. So yeah, I just don't like the idea of what I would class as gameplay where only one side is involved. And if you have a look at a lot of the other factors in War Thunder, so Cass, for example, with the helicopter fire and forget stuff, with the American fighters in the Second World War era with like a ton of different bombs or rockets, it doesn't feel good just dying to stuff that you can't really do anything against. And the artillery problem would be exactly that. You just randomly die, and that would be no good. We already have too many ways in War Thunder where you cannot control your own survivability, and adding more to that would definitely not be a good idea.
Are there any mechanics in the works to improve team play and add more depth to the game?
Interesting.
Yep, there are some ideas we're considering, especially in the context of modern aviation. But for now, it's simply too early to speak about them.
All right, then. Would have been nice to have a bit more there. That was an interesting question. That's the first interesting question. That wasn't an old question. And you give me 10 seconds? You give me 10 seconds saying, yeah, we're doing stuff. Come on, man. You got to give me more than that. But yeah, it's nice to see that they are thinking about team play. War Thunder is a game where it is solo players directing team actions. And it would be so much nicer if there was more team-based stuff. Like they have improved stuff like battle trophies and things like that, and obviously squadron RP stuff, but generally it's still very much a solo game. I hope that in the future they will continue to like work on the teamwork stuff. It looks like they're working on some kind of air battle scenario. I know a lot of people have been very bored of the way that air realistic is nowadays, but I think that's more down to the premium spams, which have unfortunately taken over the game. Now we have another fantastic question that is completely open-ended and doesn't mean anything.
Are you going to fix naval battles?
Oh.
Over the past few years, we've made a huge number of changes and fixes to naval gameplay. The firing mechanics were overhauled, damage...
I would like somebody to just like sit here and tell me how you want somebody to actually answer that question. Like, just sit yourself down in a chair if you stood up, okay? And just sit there and go, all right, not this one. This one, there's actually some interesting stuff for. But if you're answering this question and you are a game director of a game, how do you answer it? Are you going to fix naval battles? You have two options. Yes, we're going to continue to upgrade the game as we have done for however many years, with naval being one of the main focal points on top of ground and air. Or you're going to turn around and go, no, it's done. Which you're never going to say. So you only have one option. Are you going... Because the idea that something needs to be fixed especially when the dev doesn't think it needs to be fixed. It needs the word should be improve or something. It just needs to be something else. This is a terrible question.
Over the past few years, we've made a huge number of changes and fixes to naval gameplay. The firing mechanics were
Morning, Bloody
overhauled,
Matter.
damage models received major updates, locations were reworked in a big way. Basically, a lot of work has been done. In the upcoming
Maybe a bit too much work, if we're honest. Maybe a bit too much work. Maybe you guys have changed a few too many things, so the game is unrecognizable every update.
update, which might already be out by the time you see this, we're introducing another major feature related to damage control and ship survivability.
So what he's talking about there is they released a community update on Thursday, which was talking about they're adding severe damage to naval, and they're also changing how damage is calculated, basing it only on crew instead of compartments. But previously it was compartments and crew. Now it is only going to be crew percentage.
So yes, that means
Which is
we're
good.
constantly improving the naval mode and doing it in parallel with adding new content to naval battles as well.
So do you see the sleight of hand in the wording there? How he said improve instead of fix? Because fix doesn't actually mean anything. Fix implies that there is an issue, and the developer is never going to see it as an issue. They are always going to see it as a constant rise. They are not looking at a dip.
With each update bringing new ships to the game.
That's why you've got to be very careful with how you actually word these things. But yeah, just like every other game mode, it gets constantly changed. And it gets constantly updated and constantly moved around. And when it comes to these questions, I think generally if people ask questions, they should be forced to read all of the update change logs before they ask questions.
When will smoke artillery be added?
We're not planning to add a separate smoke artillery feature. On the one hand, there's no need for
Separate.
it, as the game already has vehicles capable of deploying smoke screens in a variety of different ways. On the other hand, that kind of artillery could easily become a toxic mechanic, and not just a helpful tool. It might end up blocking visibility and interfering with teammates rather than helping them. We've actually tested smoke artillery in special events, even in situations where those events involved players with good communication and coordination. It never gained much popularity in its primary use.
Do any of you guys remember those events? Unless he's talking about like internal testing or something, but I don't remember any events where we had like smoke artillery or anything like that. They did it in Enlisted. Enlisted has a smoke artillery barrage, but I don't remember it in War Thunder.
More often than not, it simply became a tool for griefing opponents and making gameplay worse for everyone. So we're not planning to introduce standalone smoke artillery anymore.
You see the key word there? Once again, he kept saying standalone. So he said standalone twice there, which means that there is an opportunity to add it in, but not as a standalone mechanic. Now, one of the things that for me, I think would be always interesting to think about is the idea of, all right, well, instead of bringing a artillery which actually does damage in terms of its shells, why can we not swap it out for like a smoke artillery? I personally, with a lot of vehicles in the game, would much prefer being able to drop down 1 or 2 canisters of smoke instead of a barrage of standard shells. Even with something like, for example, SPGs, which don't really get a ton of mechanics. They recently got the ammo box, which is really good, but at the same time, they still lack in terms of mechanics compared to other vehicles. But one of the problems I have, especially when it comes to the higher echelons of War Thunder, is once people are in positions where they can just kind of look at spawns, or, you know, where they can just camp outside, like spawn trapping people, there is no real way of digging them out, because if they are already in that position, usually their team has snowballed, and therefore they have the cast advantage, so you can't use that. And also you usually have less people who can actually take over stuff, and normally the game is done by that point. But if I have a smoke artillery, I can smoke the guy out of the position, and then I can move to different ones, right? And then move around it. Loading a smoke shell or using smoke grenades does not work, because a lot of vehicles at high tier just don't have smoke shells. And also with the smoke grenades, they don't go far enough. They do not block the sight of the enemy. They also, sorry, they do not block just the sight of the enemy. They also block mine. And at the same time, it only gives me a wiggle room of moving 5 or 10 meters, which is not what I need. I need to reduce their vision. I do not need to reduce mine. So having the ability to have like a smoke artillery, I think is important. I do think he's completely right on the griefing side of things, where there will just be a ton of people who will just grief, or what they could do is make it so you can't actually spawn it on top of an ally. How about that? So whenever the marker goes over an ally, or maybe within, I don't know, like 5 meters or 10 meters of it, what they could do is just, you know, they could just make the red marker just like they do with the spawn point thing. Like that could work, but who knows? I think it would add a lot of really interesting kind of gameplay to the game, as long as it wasn't overdone, meaning that you would give players a limited amount. So you could maybe use 1 or 2 and that's about it. But I do think it's something worth looking at, not as a separate mechanic, but one that can replace the pre-existing artillery mechanic.
When will White Rock Fortress return to the game?
This map is currently in active development. There's a good chance we'll bring it back in its updated form before the end of the year.
I love
Remember
White
when
Rock
you said
Fortress.
you won't add top-tier premium?
Right, so before we get into that one, oh, that's a view. Yeah, White Rock, it's coming back, which it shouldn't be a surprise. They don't like getting rid of assets. They like using them. You know, no, not real surprise there. I hope it's a lot different from what it used to be. I feel like there's a lot of people who have a really, really weird remembrance of White Rock Fortress. What I remember is the boggy areas, like the muddy areas which you get stuck in. I remember the ramparts which looked over the spawns, meaning that you couldn't get out of them. I remember the flanking route to the right-hand side, which means that you could look over both spawns by just sitting behind a hill. I remember all of these positions and realizing, at least at the mid to high tiers, it didn't really work too well. At the low tiers, it was okay because, you know, vehicles were a little bit slower. It was a little bit harder to get around the place, but everywhere else, it just didn't work. And also the simulator version. Now, they may have changed this by the time they removed it, but the simulator version, what you ended up doing is you spawned in the field in the south outside of the castle. So one team spawned like in the castle or around the castle, and the other team spawned in a barren field to the south of the damn castle. So you had to assault the castle while just getting annihilated by the team. So that was just awful. But that was years ago. Like maybe it changed. But yeah, hopefully with White Rock Fortress, they do fix some of the issues. I'd like to see it back. With all the mud removed, but we'll have to see what goes on. When we have a look at a few other areas, such as like surroundings of Volokholamsk and the changes that they made there, it doesn't really give me a lot of hope for the map, but we'll see what they decide to do.
Back in its updated form before the end of the year.
Remember when you said you won't add top-tier premiums? What happened to that?
It's quite easy to not add top tier premiums when you hold the definition of what a top tier premium is, isn't it?
Already gave a detailed answer to this back in the summer of 2023. Even though the game now includes premium vehicles of the highest rank, we still don't plan to add top-tier premiums that would be exceptionally effective or strong, better than their peers, in terms of flight characteristics, armament, and so on. The idea is that unlocking top-tier vehicles through the regular tech tree should still offer something new and give you an advantage or capability that even the best premium vehicles don't have. That's why we have no plans to introduce premium vehicles with top-level combat performance.
So this basically means that they will do what they've been doing, where... So, when it comes to that type of question, what is top tier? And this is the thing, right? So a lot of people used to take top tier as like the top rank of the game. That was never the case. It just was never true. But people started believing that. Then it became top BR. And it could be top BR, but once again, they could just decompress stuff to a point where none of the premiums are top BR. The major thing is they don't want to make top vehicles equal to the premiums that are at top tier. So, for example, if you have a look at, for example, Germany, you have like the Leopard 2A4M Canadian edition, right? And then you compare it to the 2A7. The 2A7 is better than it, but the 2A4M is still incredibly good. And they are different BRs. They're both not the top BR. So what I would say is looking at it as a top BR thing. Now, this is all semantics. And when you're a company that holds the definition of what they're talking about, they can just change it whenever they feel like. So it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it does massively affect matchmaking. And what they've also said there is if you want to play the best vehicles and you want to hammer people who have the premiums, which have worse vehicles, you need to grind the tech tree vehicles. And that's another part. It's like saying the quiet part out loud in a way, where it's like we don't want to give people who pay the money the best vehicles. The best vehicles are in the tech trees. Well, that means that everybody should therefore play the top tier stuff to smash the guys who are playing in premiums who are in worse vehicles in the same matchmaking, which is actually what is true. Like when you have a look at the M1A1 clickbait, for example, comparing it to the M1A2s, when you have a look at the Challenger 2 TES, comparing it to the Challenger 3 or the Challenger 2E. So you're actually, by buying these vehicles, you are going up against better vehicles than you actually have. But at the same time, you are getting a research advantage for it, which is just very odd to kind of think about in that way. So overall, with the way that they've kind of set it up, it means that they can just change the definition whenever they want, and it does irk me, it does annoy me. But also, if they drew lines in the sand, they would get pillared post to post whenever they decided to change stuff. I disagree with the top rank premiums. I disagree with the top BR or the high BR premiums. I don't think they should be in the game. I think they actually have created a negative area. And even for me personally, especially with aviation, I am sick of playing between 11.0 to like 13.0 because it's either the crazy premiums that are fully spaded with ace crews and you're sat there with these stock vehicles that you can't do anything with, or it's the squadron vehicles, which once again, people haven't ground out the tech tree vehicles for, and you just get annihilated with them. Playing stuff like the Tornado IDS right now, just awful. Su-22s, awful. And then you have a look at stuff like the MiG-23M or something like that, or even, I don't know, a stock A7 or something. These are all terrible vehicles. Even like the F4J. The F4J being at 12.0, where in order to make it competitive, in order to make it on the same level nearly as the F4S, you need to get it fully spaded, while you're facing all of these fully spaded vehicles that are also premiums with premium bonuses that people are massively incentivized to play. It just drags on you, and it's just not fun, and they need to find a solution to that, but I don't think they're going to, because it is a balance between making money and making the game balanced, and money wins when it comes to these high-tier vehicles. But that's the first part of the Q&A. We will do another one as well, so you guys can see it. Let me know your thoughts on the questions and the answers, and we will have a look at the rest of it in a little bit. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye. Okay, that's the first part. 5 minutes in. Jesus Christ.
So on. The idea is that unlocking top-tier vehicles through the regular tech tree should still offer something new and give you an advantage or capability that even the best premium vehicles don't have. That's why we have no plans to introduce premium vehicles with top-level combat performance.
I don't know why like my mini thing is working here. What is the key to like... See, this is plus 10, right? But usually... Oh, it's working now. Okay. That's good. Not sure if you thought about what do you think of the event Fox bat?
Performance.
I don't think they've announced it yet, right? But yeah, I'm completely
top level combat performance.
I'm completely fine with it, you know. It's It's one of those vehicles that I think should be very fun in terms of just being in the game, but very much a collector's item unless they decide to change it up. So, all right, we're going to go into the second part of the Q&A now. This is, yeah, so these videos are going to come out on Saturday because they're going to take a lot of editing. This is a huge Q&A. There's a lot of stuff to talk about here. Yeah. Fox Spud is too late? Not really. I think it's an event vehicle. Like it was never going to work in the game. So I think generally the way that they've done it is completely fine. Wait till BVD talk about BR balance? Well, he'll just say the same thing they say every time. So they'll talk about variety. They'll talk about decompression. Maybe they'll talk about queue times. They've literally said the same thing for years, which is why whenever people ask for it, it's just how it is. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. We are back having a look at the Q&A with Vyacheslav Bulanikov and all of the community questions. Now it's time to have a look at AirRBEC and for them once again to say why it doesn't come back, which is not enough people played it or interested in it. And by the way, I haven't watched all of this Q&A. It's just these questions have been brought up millions of times previously. So yeah, we're just treading old ground. As always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and like the video. Let's get started.
AirRB enduring confrontation tests were beloved by the community. Can we...
Don't lie! Don't lie! Stop saying stuff like that, because that is not true. It is a very small percentage of people who are actually interested in it. And it is one of those minority opinions that will not go away.
Expect to see AirRBEC in the future?
Before we go into this, because I know exactly what BVD is going to say, because he has literally said the same thing every time, just like all the Gaijin guys have said it. There was not enough people who were interested in it. They did full tests on it, which they did. They did weekly events. They did it for like 2 months straight. Every weekend, you had an AirRBEC, different areas, different playtimes. As a person who played all of them, nobody played it. It ended up with a very small amount of people playing it, and that's it. And when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, it's tiny. Is it worth bringing back as like maybe a weekly thing or maybe something to try 1 or 2 times? Sure. Why not? Because what's going to happen is it'll at least test maybe the community has completely changed. I highly doubt it, but you never know. You know where we also already have AirRBEC? At the top echelons of the game in jets, and people literally do this. Bonk, and then kill each other, and then the game's over, and you're just flying around for 20 minutes not doing anything.
Sure.
We're not planning to replace the current AirRB with an RB version of Enduring Confrontation or somehow mix EC into the regular random battles. We've already tried adding EC-style missions to AirRB as a separate event, but they didn't gain much popularity among players.
No way. Are you telling me you are saying the same thing that you've said for 5 years already? That people just refuse to listen to and completely believe the opposite?
So it's not really our decision. It's just the reality shaped by player experience and preferences.
Which is why when you say, beloved by the community, it is in fact not true. Because the vast majority of the community, 99% of it, never actually played it.
Said, we completely understand that some players are interested in trying something fresh, something new, and we are already working on that something, a new mode in fact. It's called aerial warfare.
Are there any plans?
Hopefully we hear more about this game mode in the future, but at least from the way that he talks about it later on in this Q&A, because I saw a snippet of something talking about it, it seems like it's going to be more of a collection of different styles of missions, which you kind of push forward with, and then like maybe they're all interconnected in this map thing, and then I don't know, we'll see what goes on.
Plans to introduce more WW2 vehicles to make mid-range BRs more diverse.
Have I missed the last few years? Am I in a state of just time freezing and not moving? I'm pretty sure even nowadays there's still more World War II vehicles in War Thunder than there are non-World War II vehicles. The problem is there are very obvious meta vehicles that everybody just plays, and they are parts of American, Germany, and Russia. The issue you have is people do not play other nations. Not that there isn't more diversity in the World War II BRs. There is a ton of diversity in those BRs. You just don't see the vehicles because they aren't represented in 3 nations that everybody plays. What you need to do is you need to get people to play other nations, and then you will see more diversity. It's all out there. I've spaded all of them. I think I've nearly spaded all of the World War II stuff in War Thunder. There's a metric ton of them. But the idea that there isn't a lot of diversity at the mid-tiers, you see more diversity at the mid-tiers than you do at the high tiers. Because you don't have all the crazy premiums that people are running around with. You also have all the event vehicles, you have everything.
I checked. Each year, we add about 30 to 40 vehicles from the first half of the 20th century. Given how many mid-rank vehicles are already in the game and how well those parts of the tech tree are filled out, adding even more vehicles of that era doesn't make much sense. That's why we more often than not use those kinds of vehicles in special events and activities. Still, there are quite a few interesting vehicles from that era that can and will be added over time.
Is this a new cockpit? It's French. Maybe it's a new cockpit. I can't tell. Probably isn't. But that's at least interesting to see. That would be kind of cool. And yeah, like maybe this is one of those things where we need to create a stat sheet in terms of War Thunder and just kind of show how many actual World War II vehicles there are. The other part that also needs to be said is what we need to do is we need to have a look at people who are asking these questions and work out what nations they're playing. And this is, I mean this sincerely. What we have a real big problem in War Thunder, and it is Gaijin's making, right? The grind overall for the whole game is insurmountable. It's too big. I get why they've made it that way because they want people to continuously play. They want people to always have something to go after. But there has been a pivot over the last few years where instead of people playing the whole game, they are getting hyper-focused into one tech tree because they just see it as, okay, I just can't play the rest of the game because I do not have enough time. So you're getting a hyper-fixation on very specific nations from the vast majority of the player base. So therefore, when their nation does not get something for an update, or if something does not come through over like an event cycle, or if they do not see anything interesting for their nation, they lose complete interest. There needs to be a concerted effort to push people in playing and diversifying what they are playing. And they've done a little bit of it with the skill thing, where if you get to the end of a tech tree, then you get kind of like skill bonuses in terms of being able to research other trees. But that's all they've done. They haven't done anything else. They haven't added nation-specific boosters. They haven't done nation-specific events apart from certain little battle pass challenges where you have to play multiple different nations. There are many different things that they need to do to try and incentivize people to play different stuff. And it might not work, right? Just like how they're adding in a bunch of different stuff in the game to try and solve one death leaving, which it won't fully solve it, but it at least gives the incentive for the player to not do it. And for me, I think the same thing needs to be done with this nation stuff. They need to reduce the grind for all of these different things, and they need to do a lot of other stuff. But right now, that's not what we see. Also, does anybody know what this aircraft is? Look at this down here. This is the kind of look, what it looks like. It looks like a Fokker or something like that, but it's in French, so I don't know. How interesting. I'm guessing we already have it in the game, but I'm just not sure.
It's insane to see how much of the map is blocked off in the new North Holland map.
Maps aren't actually getting smaller. They're designed to be the size the level designer intended them to be.
Blocked off? I mean, the bottom left-hand side is blocked off because it's just a hill where you can see over the whole map. So they're blocked off that left-hand side. Is there anything else blocked off? Maybe like the top right corner? But is there a lot blocked off in Holland? I feel like we have maps which are way more blocked off.
Location has a mission variant that uses the full map area. The missions that look smaller than
Oh.
usual, the ones people use.
Are we literally talking about a conquest battle where like they put like the restricted areas on the sides to try and focus single combat? No way.
Usually mean are actually special modes with just one or a few capture points.
No
the
way.
idea behind those specific missions is to offer fast, action-packed gameplay where you can play very aggressively. Both sides clash quickly, fights happen right away, everybody gets frags, and players know where to find the enemy. The time between spawning and spotting your first target is short on purpose. That's why these modes, built with this specific gameplay in mind, use a limited play area. The whole idea is to keep players focused on fighting each other so that they get all that action instead of just spreading out all over the map, because that slows everything down. But that's just one type of mission available to you, so it's not accurate to say that maps themselves are shrinking. In fact, those smaller mission variants have a much lower chance of appearing in matchmaking compared to regular missions, so they're actually quite rare.
So for me, I think Conquest, which is what he's talking about, is the worst game mode out of the three. I think Domination and Battle are fun because kind of what he said there, you know, you have different routes that you can take, it isn't just a straight slugfight. I also understand why there is the slugfight. Because if you have a look at maps like Advance to the Rhine, for example, there's a lot of community guys who generally like just slug fighting, right? They're just like hammer, bang, 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 and that's okay. And at the end of the day, War Thunder is huge. It's a massive game, and there are many different people who play it, millions of people who play it. And in order to satisfy every kind of set, it's going to be very hard to do. So there are going to be some things that you prefer, and then there's going to be some things that you dislike. For me, it's Conquest. So I understand why it exists, and I get, you know, where he's coming from. I just don't like it. I don't. And if the question is about like why are there blocked off areas when it comes to conquest battles, it's so you don't just flank around the map and spawn camp. Because we used to have conquest battles back in the day where what would happen is people would not play the point and they would just go around the whole map and spawn camp. And guess what? It isn't very fun when people do that because you have two sides which don't really compete against each other, and it's just abusing game mechanics. So it's just a way that they're trying to push people into playing a certain way instead of having to kind of, you know, change up too much about the game and how it actually works. So it's just trying to give people different experiences and different pushes. The main issue I have with Conquest is the fact that it's very obvious where a lot of players are going to be because you are in a very limited area. So it makes stuff like CAS, for example, very, very, very positive. If you actually have a look online, a lot of the kind of highlights that you see from CAS, so like stuff like the Lancaster, the PE8, or many others that you see, which are like really good rocket runs, especially with like helicopters, they're all on Conquest maps. Because, once again, it's very linear gameplay, and people have to be in specific places because they can't be anywhere else. So, yeah, it's not as good. Hey, Apocalypse, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully work goes well.
Why are copy and paste vehicles added in place of more interesting, unique options?
Right. They're not. It's very weird. These questions. This is another question that's been around for years. It takes a lot more development time to make unique vehicles than it does copy paste stuff. But that doesn't mean that if you add a copy and paste vehicle, the unique options are not being worked on at the same time. So the simple fact is they add copy and paste vehicles to certain areas of the game to fill out lineups and also to make the grind through nations make a bit more sense. As a person who played the Japanese tech tree when it came out, the Italian tech tree when it came out, the French tech tree when it came out, the Israeli tech tree when it came out, and all of these other ones, the Swedish tech tree, one of the biggest issues with a lot of these tech trees was the fact that you had one vehicle lineups. So you either do well in that vehicle or you lose. M51 for Israel. Then you have stuff like the Cheese Wedge, for example, for Sweden. The IKVs also were one of these. For France, it was stuff like the AMX-13s, for example, or stuff like the Lorraine, which was added in. So these vehicles, the point of the copy-paste stuff is to fill out lineups and also to represent more nations. But even, like, think about how much effort it takes to put in to add a copy-paste vehicle in the game. It's a lot less than a unique vehicle. So it's much easier for them to add the copy and paste stuff now, and then later on, the unique stuff comes. If you want a fantastic example of this, you can have a look at the Benelux aviation tree. So they added in the Mirage 5BA. It's not a copy-paste, but it's pretty close. Then you have the F104G there. Once again, same deal. You have stuff like the Sea Fury, I think it is. And then also a few of the vehicles that are very similar. The Spitfire, for example, has a new camo in a different tech tree, but it's pretty much a copy and paste. Then you have stuff like the Fokkers. So you got one of the Fokkers, and then it got updated with its cockpit later on. Now you have another Fokker that's been added, and now you start getting the unique stuff. The same thing's happening with French ground, where they added all the Leopard 2s to bolster the top of France. Because guess what? A bunch of French players were like, God damn, we don't have any vehicles in this area. We only have Leclercs. We don't have anything else. We've only got an Ito. Like, what happens when I get bored of spading my 5th Leclerc, right? The idea is to bolster lineups, to bolster tech trees, and unfortunately in the modern day, a lot of nations use exactly the same things. So they're not replacing the unique options. They are adding to the unique options. So you get both. It isn't a pick or choose. It is just when things are created. And the other part of it too that has to be said is the issue is not the copy-paste nature of War Thunder. Because, as I said, there are just nations in the game that can't exist without the copy-paste stuff. Sweden, for example. Imagine Sweden without any Centurions. Or without any Leopard 2s. Like, it's not exactly a tech tree, is it? And then, but the issue is that all of these vehicles are the same in terms of gameplay, even if the enemy is different, but they cost the same amount to research through, even if you played the same thing again. So if I've spaded the Leopard 2A4 in Germany, then I go to Sweden and I spade the 2 Leopard 2A4s in the tech tree, it's pretty much the same experience. Then I go to Italy and play the Leopard 2A4 there, and then I go to whatever the French tech tree and play the 2A4 there. They are all the same experience pretty much. And that is the issue. So it isn't a copy-paste problem. It's a research issue once again.
That's a bit of a misconception. We don't add such vehicles instead of unique ones. We add them alongside unique vehicles. There have been many cases where a vehicle appeared on the dev server in...
So the reason why I know what he's going to say before he says it, even though I haven't really watched this like before, is because they say that this question has been asked like 50 times.
One nation's tech tree, even though a case could be made for its inclusion in other tech trees, as they also use the vehicle in real life. Players themselves would then insist that we should add the vehicle to other nations as well. After several rounds of that, we just decided that whenever possible, we'll include those shared vehicles in multiple tech trees right away. That doesn't mean, of course, that we don't have plans to add unique vehicles to the game. Far from it. Those are still being added and more planned. For instance, we've got unique self-propelled artillery vehicles and other vehicles in the works, so we're doing both, shared designs and original ones.
That is also another thing I didn't bring up, which is a good point. Because you have the problem where now people min-max a nation and don't play across the place, what ends up happening is now, if you are, let's say, a Japanese main, and you want to play, if you see a vehicle that Japan used, or maybe like Thailand used or something, and you don't get it because it's a copy-paste vehicle, but you don't care what that other tech tree got because you only play this tech tree. So why are you hurting that person because the other person over there doesn't doesn't want you to have their vehicle, right? And that is also a very good point that is worth bringing up. It's not a copy paste issue in War Thunder. It's a copy paste issue in by actual nations. It's part of it, yeah. Like, one of the most eye-opening things for me, like a few years ago, when all of this stuff started, I had a look at a spider diagram of the Leopard 2, and I'll try and find it. It's on my PC somewhere, and maybe we'll do a video around it. But this came. Somebody made a spider diagram of all of the different versions of the Leopard 2 and all of the different countries that used it, and also how many of them named them all different, right? And there are just hundreds of the damn thing. And in War Thunder, all of the little changes and little updates and all of this would not make any difference, at least at the moment. So it's just wild, like when you actually look at it in a real life perspective.
How is work on the World War mode progressing? When can we expect it to launch?
Oh no.
The World War mode is in continuous, steady, though not very fast development. We share news and updates when we can, and return to work on it from time to time. At the same time, we're currently prioritizing new mechanics and improvements for the main game. In other words, changes that affect the majority of players. Just recently, we talked about our plans for developing aerial warfare and ran several playtests, including SEAD and strategic bombing playtests. In the future, these and similar modes could become special events within the aerial warfare system on the global map.
See, once again, he's just added something in there. So he mentioned this new mode earlier, aerial warfare mode. And then he's just said, as also, that's a great pit. That's a great freeze frame of BVD. He's looking into your soul there. But he said that this aerial warfare will have a world map with individual modes. See, I've talked about the idea of something that I've wanted to see in War Thunder, which is some kind of world map. To be honest, they've done it in Active Matter, just not as an actual world map. They've done it as a set of nodes on a map where you have different squads or different clans which are fighting for these different places to gain superiority over the area. So therefore you can get more rewards for it. It's kind of like the end game of Active Matter in terms of the PvP stuff. If War Thunder did something similar, but set up kind of like this huge scenario where you play different modes each week or each day, and you conquer different areas, and then you push forward your squadron. To be honest, that could be really cool for the end game of War Thunder. It would also be nice if there was like achievements tied to it in terms of like getting X amount of kills or stuff like that. So it isn't just about winning. It can also just be about like competing and doing challenges to be able to get vehicles. But that to me sounds really cool, and hopefully that's what the evolution of World War mode is. The way that World War mode is in War Thunder and the way that it was, in my opinion, in Season 3 was destroyed, right? Season 3 had so many problems with it. They tried to introduce too many things, there was too many bugs, and also people figured out how to completely game the system, right? In terms of how it worked. It was just awful to play. Like, it was really, really poor. They also went way too hard when it came to punishing people who didn't have the specific vehicles researched, and it was just not a good time for anybody who was involved. So for me, I think pivoting to make it an addition to the standard game modes where you complete challenges or complete achievements in order to gain kind of hexagons in an area, kind of like how you would have other games, I think that would be a really cool way to do. But in the way that World War mode was, World War mode is one of those modes, again, it's just like ARBEC. There's a minority, a very small minority of people who do not be quiet about it, and they just keep bringing it up over and over and over and over and over again. A lot of them have never actually played it, so they've heard about it and how it was like, and maybe they saw some videos on it, but they never actually played the damn thing. And that is the difference between it. And it's one of those things where it just constantly is seen as this innovation point for War Thunder, but it really wasn't, unfortunately.
We're planning to test more modes in the same way, as limited time event missions, so we can collect your feedback, make adjustments, and fix bugs. Once that process is complete, we'll start integrating those missions into a separate, full-fledged mode with operations and a global map.
So this is why they're doing those tests, by the way. So get involved. This is why over the last period of time, they've been testing new ideas. The seed stuff, the gun games, even like the PvE stuff previously, they are setting up to fix your... If you have that thing where you want more game modes, or, you know, you're bored with how War Thunder is, in the background, this is your tell. There's big stuff coming, and the tests are there. So get involved in the tests, give them the data, so they can create something that you want to see.
That's when World War, as its own game mode, will officially make its real debut.
There was a test of the PvE mode recently. Are you continuing to work on it?
From time to
Like, right, okay. Does somebody remember when that test was? I think it was like 2 years ago, wasn't it? I'm not sure about recent.
time, we create unique or themed in-game events to give players something fresh and unusual, a little break from
like
the regular
2022 or
modes.
something.
This type of experimental content is probably best represented by our massive April Fool's events, which over the years have really become one of War Thunder's trademarks. Still, every now
Agreed.
and then, we just like to have a bit of fun and experiment with smaller events to present something new to players. Such events can be one-time experience, or they might return in the future. Whenever we have news about these or other comebacks, we always share it. One example is the World War mode that we already mentioned, in which players also had to attack fortified positions and AI-controlled convoys, while defending against similar attacks themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately, people figured it out, as I said, and it just became a monotony of just doing the same thing over and over and over again. But yeah, it's cool to see that once again they are trying to innovate. They are trying to do new stuff. I think that's kind of where War Thunder eventually goes. I think you go into the world map stuff. I think you start competing on a world map level. It just really depends on how they add it in, and I hope it goes well. I do, because it really would make the game a long thing. You know, it would give people a purpose and impetus to be able to play for a long period of time and actually have more kind of skin in the game in terms of War Thunder. They've been trying to make the esports stuff more of kind of like the longevity point in War Thunder, but it's never going to be, because there's just not enough people who are interested in it, and the vast majority of people who are interested in it just want the free stuff, and you can't base the longevity of a game in people wanting free things from watching content they don't care about. So actually putting stuff into the game, which they are interested in, is, I think, the way that you do this.
Are there any plans for strategic bombers?
We don't have any plans to introduce those aircraft as top-tier vehicles in our current meta. In other words, we don't
This is a custom model, by the way.
see them as the pinnacle of aviation development in War Thunder. But as museum pieces, collector's aircraft, or event vehicles, yes, strategic bombers might appear in the game sometime down the line. That's because there's definitely demand for them, and we understand that in certain special modes or simply as rare collectibles, they could be interesting for players. So we're not ruling them out completely.
So the interesting thing about this is an interesting idea where it's like 2 seconds, I'm getting a phone call. Hello? So basically, with the way that the strategic bombers work, we've talked about it many times. They don't really fit, right? They don't fit in the way that any of it is, and at least in the game mode right now. And that's what BUD said. But what's interesting is when you add in the World War mode stuff, maybe they start fitting. a bit better. But we're not at that point when it comes to War Thunder. I've always seen these types of vehicles the same as like the First World War stuff or other areas where they will get added eventually, because everything will get added to War Thunder. It is just, how do they add it? I think events is the way to do it, which is why the F-117 is a squadron vehicle, so you don't have to grind through it to get through the tech tree. It's why more recently, if you have a look at something like the Flapjack, for example, which is another one which does not fit into the game, it also is another that turns up and can be added in a event. So, of course, these things will be added. It just, they will never fit in the game, and they won't be very good. I want people to understand that. And when they come into the game and they just get annihilated over and over and over again in RRB, maybe they'll have a place in Simulator, but they'll, just like stuff like the MiG-25 is going to have a real tough time of balancing that thing. You do have to understand that's just how this works. And there hasn't been a game where they fit them. So they're going to add them in, but don't expect wonders from them. So, yeah, that's pretty much how it is. That was a good set of questions, though. A lot better than the first set of questions. This is the second part done, but don't worry, we'll be looking at everything else in a bit. Look after yourselves. Peace be with you. I'll see you next time. That was pretty good. Right, I need to be back in 2 seconds. We're getting a delivery. So just give me 2 seconds. Good afternoon, CS2. Nice to see you. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. We had a delivery of some bookcases, so I had to carry them inside. Hey, G-Rex, nice to see you. Okay, so. Hey, Boy Studio, nice to see you. All right, so let's continue.
They could be interesting for players, so we're not ruling them out completely.
Can we expect?
It is Turkey Day, yes. Happy Thanksgiving.
They could be interesting for players, so we're not ruling them out completely.
Hey, Boston, nice to see you. Tighter battle racing spread. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. We are once again back looking at the BVVD Q&A. We're about halfway through it now. There's a lot of questions and a lot of thoughts, so it's been pretty good so far. And let's just kind of continue with some of the other topics, starting off with another BR spread of 0.7. As always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and also like the video. Let's get started. I always find these questions kind of interesting because they just completely miss the fact that we've had the game decompressed a million times since people have been asking this. Technically, nowadays, we probably actually have more of a 0.7 battle rating spread compared to previous, because if you have, let's say, 1-0 to 10-0, and the battle rating spread is 1.0, that is different to 1-0 to 14.3, and the battle rating spread is still 1.0. So it's just, yeah, it's weird how people focus on one specific mechanism of matchmaking and don't look at the other ones that have changed over the years that have affected the matchmaking.
Can we expect a tighter battle rating spread of 0.7?
Combat's
The answer is no, by the way. And I'll tell you exactly what he's going to say, because they say it every time. Variety. They want people not just to see the same vehicles over and over again, even though in air, that's basically what happens, because they flooded certain areas with premiums. So all you see is those premiums. Then they're going to talk about, you know, maybe some of the matchmaking changes that they've made over the time, but mainly they're going to talk about the variety stuff.
strength isn't the only factor that affects gameplay. Variety matters too. If we narrow
Oh,
the BR spread, yes, the vehicles you encounter
what
will
a
be
surprise.
closely matched in terms of their combat capabilities, but the overall diversity of vehicles you encounter will shrink as well. Given that most players tend to gravitate towards meta vehicles, reducing the BR range would mean that you wouldn't even meet the full range of opponents theoretically existing within that smaller range of BRs. On top of that, you have to understand the fact that narrowing the spread could significantly increase matchmaking times. Even
I should have also mentioned that, yeah, matchmaking times, which is a completely fair point. And to the people who say that they would gladly wait a minute more or 5 minutes more to get 0.7 matchmaking compared to 1.0, the issue is you cannot guarantee that, and that is the problem. You can't guarantee how long it's actually going to increase queue times, and just because you are okay with waiting that amount of time, another person is not okay with waiting that amount of time. So that is also the issue.
Even though War Thunder has a large player base, especially during peak hours, once you start factoring in things like server region, specific BR ranges, particular nations, or squadrons of several players, all of that together can already
Did he just say squadrons?
particular nations or squadrons of things like server region, specific BR ranges, particular nations, or squadrons of several
I think that should be the official name of squadrons now. Squadrons. I like
players. All of that together can already result in noticeable queue times.
it. Squadrons.
If we made the range even tighter, wait times could stretch into several minutes or even dozens of minutes. So the answer is no. We don't plan to change the current BR spread. Instead, we'll continue raising the upper BR limit, gradually achieving a kind of decompression that way.
Which is exactly the same as what people are asking for. It's just a different mechanic on how they do it. So if you have a look at specific vehicles, they haven't really changed BR in a long time. But if you have a look at the fact that a lot of the areas has been decompressed, other vehicles have. So if you want a good, I suppose, a good show of this, you can have a look at something like the T92. That vehicle was like 6.7 for the longest time. They didn't change it at all. Nothing mechanically changed about the vehicle. And then they raised it to 7.0 because they ended up decompressing a lot of stuff around it, which changed its matchmaking, and therefore it goes up in BR because it's a little bit better, basically. So yeah, they're the same mechanics. They're just seen from a different side of the lens. So you either decompress the BRs, which means that 1.0 spread covers less vehicles than it did previously, or you reduce it to 0.7, which means that you see less of the vehicles frequently. So they could technically do both, but they choose to do the decompression because whenever they add new mechanics and stuff like that, the number going up is a lot easier for people to see than to squashing everything else.
Any news on the development of submarines?
We're continuing to work on submarines, but implementing such a complicated and controversial type of vehicle takes a lot of time. The biggest challenge is figuring out how to properly integrate submarines, which were never designed for large-scale fleet battles, into the very same fleet battles that basically make up the standard naval experience in War Thunder, and to do it in such a way that we somehow don't break the game for everybody else. We're very grateful to the community and to all submarine enthusiasts for their patience, and we'll do our best to make sure that the final result meets your expectations.
Yeah, in one of the sneak peek streams, I think BUD said we're just trying to work out how to make submarines fun, and he's completely hit the nail on the head. I don't know how you make that gameplay fun, not just for the person who's playing the submarines, because there's very easy ways of making it fun for them. You just make them crazy overpowered. But the issue is, how do you make it fun for everybody else? Because they're technically another one of these things, just like the top-down artillery mechanic, where it's one of those where you can attack vehicles while also not being able to be hit. So, and if you make it so they have to come up to the top of the water in order to launch their torpedoes, or if they have to be above a certain depth, or maybe they can be targeted under the water by shells, or maybe they add in mechanics to try and counter them in terms of, I don't know, like some kind of like big depth charge catapults or something. What ends up happening is it then becomes unfun for the other one. So it's just really, really hard to actually make them fun. So we've seen in War Thunder, they've actually done several events with submarines. They've shown that they can get sonar to work. They've shown that they can work on literally like homing torpedoes. They have also shown that they have all of the base mechanics there with a few bugs here and there. But the one thing they haven't been able to do, which is the key problem with submarines, they have not found a way to be able to make them fun. And being fun is the essence of a video game. You have to make it entertaining. And there isn't another game out there that I think has done that. There are some which have definitely done better than others. I think Cold Waters was its name. I remember watching some Jingles videos back in the day, watching him play it, and I was like, wow, this is kind of interesting. You have to think about how, you kind of set up against the ship, then you have specific missions that you go on, then it's all about like timing and everything like that. Silent Hunter may have been its name, or I think it was Cold Waters, but I can't remember. And then I actually looked to like proper gameplay of it, so not just like highlight gameplay. And then I realized like 90% of the time you're not actually doing anything, you're just setting up on where to go and hoping to find targets, which is not very enjoyable even from a solo point of view from my perspective. There are people who will enjoy it, but if you look at all of the other submarine games that exist in the world, so have a look on Steam at how many people play these games, it's a very small amount of people. And that has always been the issue with naval in general, and submarines is a micro setup for that too. And that is a real problem in terms of the game. So yeah, it's something he said before, and he's completely hit the nail on the head. They're trying to figure out how to make it fun. And with the confines of War Thunder, and having to make stuff realistic, they're really going to struggle with it. Really going to struggle with it.
Are there any new game modes in the works? Players are tired of capturing zones.
I'm not tired of capturing zones. Thank you. But they've already talked about game modes they're working on earlier, and they've also tested a bunch of game modes recently. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really. He's just going to say the same thing again, man. He's just going to say, we're in the doldrums. We're just going around in the circles again.
We think that if players were truly tired of the classic missions with 1 or 3 objectives, they'd have already stopped playing and switched to something else.
Oh, BVD's going on the offensive. Shit, sick burn, BVD. Good shit.
These modes are classic for a reason. They appeal to players with their simplicity and consistency, letting them focus more on actually fighting the enemy rather than learning some complex mission rules or adapting to unpredictable mechanics.
By the way, he's completely right. There is a level of comfort which is very appealing to people, and also consistency. When you have something that works, people continue to play it. War Thunder, as a system, has shown to be a system that people enjoy. It is one of the most popular games in the world. It is the most popular game easily in its genre of game, in the wargaming genre. It is bigger than any of the other games by magnitudes. Magnitudes. And it's all based around the same game modes that have been staples for years that people continue to play. One of the big fallacies that has been said many times when it comes to War Thunder is the idea that there is this massive group of people who end up playing War Thunder who hate the game. The vast majority of people who play War Thunder enjoy the game and just play it and don't get involved in social media stuff and don't care about any of that. So you have to be very careful when looking at social media because it gives you a very, very bad false perspective of what people actually believe about the game. What ends up happening on social media, just like it does in our heads, where people will always be vocal about the things that are negatively affecting them, and they will not be vocal about the things that are positively affecting them. Because things that are positively affecting you do not need to be fixed. They do not need to be changed. They do not need to be discussed because they are positives. So there is a hyper focus on negativity, and there has been for years when it comes to the game.
More elaborate missions with intricate objectives that would progress in some complicated fashion could work well with significantly fewer core mechanics or simpler mechanics. But in War Thunder, the scope and speed of what's happening, the sheer depth of vehicle control, and the number of possible actions already demand a lot in terms of player attention. Adding extra layers of complexity within the missions makes things much harder to follow and control. That's why we only introduce such experimental modes as temporary events. Not meant for everyone, but they give players who want that chance to shake things up a bit, have some fun with something that isn't just capturing points, and then return to the good old familiar game modes with renewed vigor.
I do honestly think if they decided to completely revamp what is seen as ground realistic and arcade or air realistic and arcade, there would be a massive drop off in the player base. I think people really underestimate how important stability is when people play stuff. Think about millions of the FPSs that have come out. They all have the same game modes. You either have Search and Destroy, which has been around for 25 years. You have Team Deathmatch, which is just kill the other person. Or you have something like a variation of that, which is slightly more large scale, which even with Battlefield, right? The new Battlefield that came out, the maps are significantly more tight-knit than they were in previous ones. So literally, it isn't the fact that things haven't been innovated on. People have tried to innovate on these things, and people prefer the old things. You know what I mean? Same with Capture the Flag and all of these other stuff. So yeah, it's very hard to actually innovate a new game mode that people are going to fully enjoy and not just stop playing.
Are there any changes planned for squadron battles?
The Squadron Battles mode has gone through several major changes since it was first introduced, evolving alongside the game itself and adapting to shifts in player engagement and priorities. Its current state seems stable to us, meeting the needs of players. The rewards for participating in this mode also appear to be well balanced with the effort required, so we're not considering increasing them at this time.
I don't know, like squadron battles is one of those minority things that is a very small part of the community. It really doesn't matter. It's one of those that gets way more kind of light than it needs to. Whenever they develop whatever this new kind of system for air they're talking about is, and the World of War map stuff, maybe then this will be more relevant. But yeah, it's just, for me, it's just background dressing. Something that hasn't changed in a long time, and I don't think it's going to. Like, it's the amount of effort they would have to put in to actually make it interesting is not the same level as how many people would find it interesting, therefore it's not worth it.
Appear to be well balanced with the effort required, so we're not considering increasing them at this time.
When will we finally get the ability to ban more than one map?
No, because
Sorry.
Finally get the ability to ban more than one map.
no.
That's gotta be, someone's gotta make that into like a YouTube short. No. Yeah, so I think it's, if you have 20 variables and you ban one, that's 5%. Okay? Now imagine you have 20 different people who all ban a different map. So now you have a situation where a 5% has now become 100% because that set of people can no longer find a map. They cannot match together in a map. Now imagine if you increase that to 2. So now you have 10%, and now they cannot find any maps. And you've also, even if you expand it to, let's say, 40 people, you're going to have the same issue. The expansion of these things, it really isn't as easy as just adding another ban, because they'll have all the statistics that kind of show them how many maps are not being seen or how much of an effect a ban has on seeing it in the matchmaker and how many matches cannot be created because of it, right? And it's obviously affecting it enough for them to believe that they cannot have another map ban because you will be sat in queue times for ages. And once again, just because one person is okay being sat in a queue time for 5 minutes does not mean other people are. And if you make a fundamental change like that and the outcomes are negative, you torpedo the product. So it isn't just one of these, like, once people are done with a product like War Thunder, they're done. Okay? So if you make a change that negatively affects them and they leave, it is near impossible to get them to come back. So if you make a change that has that effect, you are going to nuke the game. And that's why they're always worried about this stuff, and they should be.
Because even right now, players already have the potential to ban up to 32 maps in the worst case scenario.
What?
That's 16 versus 16 players, each banning.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Right. Okay. All right. That was weirdly worded, but I get what he's saying. It's basically just what I just said, but yeah. I thought he was talking, he's not talking about the downvotes, he's talking about individual players queuing up at the same time. But the way that was worded, I thought he was talking about one player.
one map, which removes 32 maps from the pool. And since not all maps are available at every battle rating, this can already exclude more than half the maps we have in certain modes. So
Yeah.
even the current ban system already noticeably reduces the variety of locations players see, even if they personally ban just one map. Because of that, we don't think increasing the number of bans would be beneficial. Instead, we're focusing on a variety of measures that prevent players from being placed on the same map several times in a row. Why does that happen? Because the map selection process is utterly random. Even with a well-shuffled map list that avoids immediate repeats, as it works now.
See, I don't fully believe that. I don't think it's 100% random. Or it might be now, because if they did a community update earlier, which said that they have been testing a new system over the last few weeks where it's pretty much impossible to get like the same map over and over again. But I have seen times where people have joined a map, left straight away, gone into the matchmaker straight away again, joined a map. It's a different game, but it's the same map. And they've done that 5 or 6 several times over and over again. And it's as if there's like server clusters that are designed to play one map in that 30-minute area, and then it switches over to another one and then another one. So I don't, that's why that's not random to me, because that was something that was reproducible, and it's something that I've seen many even like CCs doing. Like when they're trying to get like content on specific vehicles, they will just keep going in and out of games if they die early or if they don't like a map. And, you know, if they're only playing one vehicle, crew locks don't matter, right? Because you just go in, die, and then go to the next one. So I've seen this happen like to a lot of CCs, and I've seen them complain about it as well. The idea that, oh, I've got this map like 5 times in a row, even though I've only spent 2 minutes in each of the maps because I'm trying to get footage instead of playing the game properly. And it's something that has definitely happened. So I'm not sure, that doesn't, totally random things do not create those results. The percentage chance of that happening over and over and over and over again to several different people in several different areas does not, it's too small of a probability for me to believe.
There's no guarantee that you won't end up on the same map twice or more in a row. For example, you finish a 17-minute match, wait 3 minutes, queue again, and you get the same mission, even though in reality it only reappeared 19 minutes later. Unfortunately, that can happen several times in a row just by chance.
Reappeared? Where is it? That's the thing. Where is it reappearing from? Is it the server? Is it that specific servers are designed for specific maps and therefore they get like activated, or maybe there's like a rotation or something? But once again, that I don't know.
Randomness. It's also important to remember that
I need to have a look into how this works, like, because it just doesn't make a lot of
map bans and
sense.
dislikes work on top of all that and further reduce the available pool of maps you can be matched on. The pool you're personally drawing from, which amplifies the issue. So we're currently developing a system that takes a player's recent match history into account and filters out maps they or others currently in the queue have recently played. This should reduce significantly the number of streaks, situations where you're placed in the same map several times, 2 or more times in a row. By the way, most of the work on this system is already complete, and we're testing it even on live servers right now. Once we're confident everything's working properly, we'll roll it out everywhere, and, of course, we'll also make a corresponding official announcement.
That official announcement came out on Thursday, by the way, which is, you know, not too surprising. Just remember, we're recording these on Thursday, but they're coming out on Saturday just because of scheduling stuff. So I don't like it when they do this. And I talked about this before. I don't like it when they test stuff on the live server and they do not tell people that they're testing stuff, even if it's seen as a positive. There was a Q&A either last year or the year before where they talked about the fact that they had been testing out different amounts of research. Like, you would actually get different amounts of research from battles depending on what you were doing in the battles. But they were doing it in the background and they didn't tell anybody it was happening. And they're doing the same thing with this too. So even if this thing has a positive effect, and overall is something which is good for people and will bring more variety and will make people, enjoy stuff more. I don't like being a lab rat. The whole point of the dev server is for that. The whole point of these different areas is to test things. You have internal tests done as well. I don't get why you have to push these tests to the live server. And, well, obviously because they get more data from it because more people are on it. But I don't like the fact they don't tell people about it, because then you can't trust that what you are seeing today is going to be the same as what's in a week time, because some hidden changes have been made that aren't in the data mines or aren't in the change logs that are affecting your gameplay that you don't know about. And that is not good. It leads to a lot of distrust, and it leads to ghost opinions, let's call them, or phantom issues, where what ends up happening is people have like a string of like bad things happen to them, and then instead of just being like, okay, maybe I need to focus on something or maybe I need to do something here, what ends up happening instead is they just go, oh, Gaijin must have changed something in the game, they are targeting me, right? And that is the problem with this, because you are now telling them that these things are happening. So now they're going to start extrapolating and believing it's happening in other ways. Why are they targeting me? Why are they giving me all of the up tiers? Why are they punishing me? You see what I mean? Like that's not good.
Is there something planned to improve the player experience of the helicopter PvE game mode?
PvP battles involving helicopters are a very niche experience, something that appeals to a...
Right. That's not what was asked. PvE game mode. Listen to the first sentence.
PvP battles...
Okay, so we've gone from talking or asking about PvE, and now the answer is about PvP.
Involving helicopters are a very niche experience, something that appeals to a rather small and specific audience.
That is very true.
That was clear from the limited popularity of the helicopter PvP mode, so we currently don't have any plans to bring it back in any form. As for dedicated helicopter PvE, we don't have any active or in-progress...
Right, once again.
Any form. As for dedicated helicopter PvE, we don't have any active or in-progress plans for its additional development right now either. We believe it already offers enough variety in terms of goals, objectives, helicopters with different weapon loadouts. Moreover, since we added the option to research helicopters through ground battles, namely by using the special option of converting earned experience, the relevance of dedicated helicopter PvP has naturally declined. After all, players experience helicopter versus helicopter combat as part of regular mixed battles.
The problem is the grind, BVD. The problem is the grind, man. It isn't the fact that you can research the vehicles, it's the modifications, man. Come on. Like, we've been through this a million times. A million times with many different vehicles. Reminds me of the Heat FS debacle once again. It is not the fact that it is hard to research the vehicle. It's the goddamn modifications. There's so many different helicopters that are worthless without a lot of their modifications, and their modifications are insanely expensive. So people go to PvE to be able to grind out the modifications. The problem is that there is a fundamental issue, and that is that when you take a spaded vehicle, especially a high-tier vehicle, with insane weaponry, they are going to clear up the helicopter PvE battle before the guys who actually need it to grind the modifications are able to. It's been the problem the whole time. It's the stock versus spaded debacle once again. It's the same every damn time. You need to make the stock experience of helicopters better for people. That's how you solve this. You could remove the PvE game mode. It doesn't matter. That's not the issue. The issue is people are using it to try and get these mods because they can't get them in the goddamn ground mode because they just get shafted. And then in the PvE mode, they get shafted because they're playing against people with full bangers who just take over the games. Oh, man. Just missed the point completely.
Players leaving out.
Just completely missed the point. And if anything, I don't like saying it, but just, I don't know whether I don't know whether it's obfuscation or whatever, but we've had this question a million times and it's always misinterpreted. Because the guys who need the PvE mode to grind out the mods are not the ones who are profiting from the PvE mode. It's the premiums, and it's also the top tier helicopters which are able to annihilate everything. And if you want people to be able to, you want to push people to monetize to G the vehicles, that's completely fine, right? That's just how it is, right? But don't sell the sophistry, please. Just don't do it with this. It just does not work. But let me know your thoughts on this set of questions. We are nearly done with the Q&A. We only have 10 minutes left. God damn, this is a long one. As always, I hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you next time. Oh, Lord. We're already an hour and a half in. And we have done 15 minutes. Pretty crazy, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think BVD is looking pretty good. Looks like he's lost a bit of weight. Looks pretty chill. AKA BW, nice to see you.
After all, players experience helicopter versus helicopter combat as part of regular mixed battles.
That is like... Get away with you. Just get literally, just don't bother. Don't bother.
After all, players experience helicopter versus helicopter combat as part of regular mixed battles.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous point to say, but whatever. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. We're back. It's Q&A time. Having a look at BVD's Q&A. We are 17 minutes in, and we have a little bit left to go. It's been a lot of good questions. There's been a lot of questions that have been answered before, but I'm actually super glad that BVD has taken his time to actually answer these things. It's really nice when they, put forward their thoughts on stuff and we can discuss them, have conversations, and have a bit of fun. So, as always, if you enjoy the content, make sure to subscribe and also like the video. Let's get into this final stretch.
Players leaving after one death in high-tier mixed battles makes this part of the game regularly unenjoyable. Do you have any potential solutions in mind?
Yes, we completely agree that when a large portion of one team leaves after their first deaths, it obviously makes the battle less enjoyable and less fair for everyone else, both your allies and your opponents. But we also understand that players who leave can have legitimate reasons to do that in real life. That's why we're not really eager to introduce some sort of penalty that would force players to stay. Instead, we want to support those who do want to stay, to keep playing but currently can't respawn.
Can you imagine if they just added a button and it was like return to hangar and it was just BVD's face pops up and he just goes, no. That'd be fun.
Example, because they simply don't have more vehicles.
But also like positive stuff is always going to resonate better than negative stuff. So I think what they're doing is really good.
Available. Maybe they're on a new premium or squadron vehicle, just unlocked a new tier, have only one vehicle for it, and that's it. To help such players, and as a way to solve this problem, at least partially, we've already implemented a system where every premium vehicle comes with a bundle of backups by default.
You could also at the same time incentivize people to bring full lineups.
We also announced our plans to implement free daily backups in the latest community update. On top of that, we're exploring other ways to solve the issue. For instance, by adding a random vehicle slot in ground battles, similar to how it works for aircraft in naval battles. That way, players without a suitable vehicle for their current battle rating could still respawn using this special additional slot, where a random vehicle would be provided for them. This would let even single vehicle players respawn more than once, especially when combined with the backup mechanic.
So he's completely right, where like they've done a million things to try and get people to stay in battles. Okay, so they added the backups. They've just done the daily backups. They're adding in the naval mechanic to ground. What they've also done at the same time is they fundamentally changed how research works and activity works and all of that to try and incentivize people to stay in the battles longer, because you get more research, you get more SL. Like, if let's say you have 2,000 score, right? if you have 2,000 score over, let's say, 3 minutes, you get the same amount of, you get less kind of overall rewards if you had that 2,000 score over 10 minutes. So activity time and time in general is quite a large factor in the way that research works when it comes to War Thunder. So they've also made it so repair costs are now on a curve. So you don't always pay the max repair cost. It changes based on time. So the longer that you survive in battle, the higher your repair cost is. But that means if you die really quickly, then you actually pay less. They also, for premium players, made it if you go negative SL in a battle, you don't actually lose that. The SL loss is cancelled out to 0. So they're doing all of these different things to try and incentivize people to stay in the battles, but you're still going to have people who are going to leave because there are certain maps that they don't like playing, or they don't care about any of those systems and they just want to play the specific vehicle that they're playing. So it'll be interesting to see once they add in all of these positive incentives, which already they've added so many of them, like they've added a ridiculous amount. Is it actually going to stop it? And my answer is no, because I've been pretty adamant about this for years. And no matter how many incentives you give people to stay in the battles, fundamentally, you cannot, especially at high tiers, keep them in the battle if the power positions aren't taken in the match. If you look at the battle and you see, oh, well, it looks like that flank has fallen. Or you sell these high tier premiums and people don't know what they're doing. They go into areas, they die quickly, and then they move on to the next one. You cannot change the mentality that's around that. And after all these changes, which go completely against that mentality to try and fix it, you still have battles that end within 2 minutes. Still happens to this day. And yeah, sometimes people just get blown out. You know, you spawn 2 or 3 times and you just die. Sometimes, you know, you die after like 10 minutes and you're like, is there a point in respawning here? No, because most of my team's dead. Or, oh, the enemy's got the power positions. But that isn't changed with this. So it's unfortunately a human element that can't be touched. And it sucks, but it's just how it goes.
Vehicle players respawn more than once, especially when combined with the backup mechanic.
In a PvP game, it's frustrating to be killed by something you can't counter. New FNF missiles.
New? How long's the Maverick been in the game? How long's the KH-38MT been in the game? You know, I love it how this is now an issue just with helicopters. It's not an issue with everything the last like 5 years.
Is this something you consider when adding powerful weaponry?
I hope he just goes, no, I want you to suffer. Like, once again, like, how do you think he's going to answer this? Yes, I want you to hurt. I feed on your pain. No, he's just going to go, it is a factor, but we have to balance it out with all of the other mechanics.
Yes, we do. However,
oh, really?
In any kind of asymmetrical gameplay, situations like this are the natural result of that very asymmetry. For example, a piston-engine aircraft with the bomb engaging a tank without an anti-aircraft gun is an encounter even less fair.
Wrong. Because it takes way more skill in order to actually actively target that vehicle. But sure.
In fact, in the game, target-seeking missiles launched from aircraft or helicopters can be very easy to evade.
Just if you know they are coming, BVVD, which only recently you added long smoke trails to certain ones. Well, that means you have to focus on what's in front of you, what might be in the air spawn, what might be in the helicopter spawns, and on certain maps, you literally cannot see them coming in. So do not hit me with that.
Simply by hiding behind a cover or deploying smoke.
Just hide behind cover, bro. You know that guided bomb that's coming down from 4,000 meters on your head from a thermal pod from an AMX Ghibli? Just hide behind a building, bro. You don't have to push forward or you don't have to do anything. You know, you don't actually have to play the game. Just hide. Just hide. or the match because you don't know they're coming in. Because you have to see a little speck. Even me, like I have a 1440p monitor. I have a large monitor, right? I can see specks from miles away. I can't always see these vehicles. Like let's not do this. Let's just not do this, okay? This does not have to be done.
Those same missiles can also be intercepted and destroyed by friendly SPAA or
If they spawn it, you're completely right, BVD. If they spawn it. Guided bombs cart, though.
SAM units. Compare that to a simple, unguided bomb dropped from low altitude directly onto a tank.
Yeah, SPAAs don't actually exist in mid-tier. There's no gun AAs or anything like that, and yeah, it just turns out they don't exist. I do also agree with him, by the way. There is a cast problem in the mid-tiers of the game, especially with American vehicles and also Russian vehicles recently, with stuff like the Yak-9K and the Yak-9 UT. But let's not do that thing where you go, this isn't an issue because this is an issue, right? I don't like the idea of deciding that you have two problems and we're going to focus on this other problem because I don't want you to think about this one. It's standard crappy psychology, and it's a way of moving you to think about something else. They are both problems.
Something that constantly happens at mid-ranks. It's often much harder to avoid. That's...
I mean, once again, it can be, but it isn't. Right. BVD, you're literally just saying, like, this one's a bigger problem. So I'm looking for the solution here from the game director. I'm not looking for you to say that, you know, this isn't as big of an issue as this one.
Why the more diverse the lineup in a battle, the greater the variety of vehicles and differences between your vehicle and the ones you run into, the more interesting and varied the encounters themselves can be. Unfortunately, that also means that some of those situations will inevitably feel unfair to one side.
I do love it how he just threw that in at the end. Just, you know. Unfortunately, it sucks. Well, thanks, boss. It turns out you guys are actually in control of if it sucks or not. So, you know, you ever thought about making it less sucky? I don't know. Not sure. Seems a bit weird.
You have plans to add regenerative steering into the game.
Implementing a realistic turning system that simulates double differential steering could indeed reduce power loss during turns. However, it would also make vehicles less maneuverable compared to the current turning model, which simulates clutch and brake steering.
Excuse me? You're the realism guy. Why do you care about that? I remember... Wait. That shouldn't matter. Should it? What should matter is the realism part, right? Because there's a lot of vehicles in the game with regenerative steering. So why are we doing a gameplay thing here? Why does that matter?
With such a change, it would no longer be possible to make sharp, high-speed turns by pivoting around a braked track. That's why...
Okay. That's fine.
We're considering whether introducing more realistic turning mechanics would actually be beneficial, like the twin transmission or double differential steering system. In certain situations, these changes would significantly affect vehicle handling in a bad way.
That's your opinion. And since you've done many changes over the years that have affected many different vehicles in negative ways based on realistic things, including wheeled vehicles, they completely changed them a few times, making them nearly impossible to use without modifications in certain conditions, such as snow. Then also in naval, with stuff like the Spaviero, for example, where the hydrofoil, once you got it up out of the water, you just weren't able to turn. That happened for maybe a year and a half. So the idea that you are not implementing stuff because you personally believe that it's going to be a negative, even though in the past you have done these things which have also been negative, doesn't really add up. And it seems very weird because if we're taking this logic, if we're taking the logic of not making things realistic or not adding things that would make things realistic because they would nerf certain situations, we are going away from the idea of realism and balance and going towards you basically just creating an arcade game. So this is the whole you can't have your cake and eat it too mentality. And it's something that Gaijin has been sat on the fence about for ages. We want things to be realistic. We also want them to positively impact gameplay when we want them to. Because there's been many different things over the years that they have made realistic that have negatively affect vehicles. For example, the Roland, the Florak Panzer. They are worthless nowadays because of the missile changes. The wire-guided ATGMs. These vehicles needed a year to get back to at least being usable when it comes to their set of vehicles. What about certain guns, which are way more accurate in the game than they are in real life, or even the opposite when it comes to the realism angle? You've got to be super careful with these things because you end up in a situation where it just comes down to personal opinion. And that means if people disagree with your personal opinion, it's unfortunately on your head and it's not on anybody else's, because you haven't given yourself the wiggle room to say it's another reason. So if you're basing it on feelings and belief, you're going to have a real problem. And that's the problem that you run into when dealing with the Chinese guys, unfortunately, because that's exactly how they see it.
We're considering letting players try this out on a public test server first. Based on your feedback, we'll decide whether to implement it in the main game.
So they can do it, they just don't know whether they want to do it. And also, testing on dev servers will be interesting.
There are situations where one team has 4 top BR players and the other 1. This makes the match less fair. Can the matchmaker match these 4 players on either team as a guarantee?
Matchmaking doesn't just limit the number of players with top BR vehicles. It also uses several other rule sets to make matches more balanced.
Could you name them? Because I've been told in the past that matchmaking is random. It's just a 1-0. It's just a 1-0 to it's just a plus or minus 1-0, right? And then you have a player distribution where the top BR level of that can be 25% of each team. So that would be the 4 out of 16, right? So that is the matchmaking rule we know. What are your other ones? Because there's been many community managers over the years that have said there aren't any. And you've just said there are. So I'd like to know what they are. Because once again, we're going into that trust area again. And you don't want to be on the wrong side of the trust area for obvious damn reasons. There are other matchmaking things that are known, such as the bomber one, right? Which is, of course, the fact that you can't have more, I think, than 4 bombers on each team in a aerialistic battle. But that is, you know, one that's known. I want to know what any of these other ones are.
For example, it restricts how large the total BR difference between both teams can be. But it's important to understand that
Do you mean that it's a 1-0 difference? That's the rule? What about the other ones? Come on, keep naming.
even if you were to play 20 to 30 consecutive matches in perfectly balanced teams where everyone was using...
Never mind. We're not going to get them. Sad.
vehicles of the exact same battle rating, even the same model, you would still sometimes stomp the enemy very easily, and sometimes get stomped just as easily. You might end up winning or losing 80% of those matches despite the identical setups, even though everything was perfectly balanced, even though you were all sitting at the same BR using the same vehicle. That's because the outcome of a battle depends not only on the vehicle, but on the players themselves.
And also the maps. The maps play a big part, but the major thing that is, he is completely right. It even can be down to like mindset. Like maybe like one day you have like a positive mindset, next day you have a negative mindset. Like all these things are taken into account, but that's not the issue. The issue is we're trying to limit the amount of things that are out of your control, right? So it isn't the fact that there's all these other factors. All those other factors can be random based on humans, right? Humans are random beings. They can be completely different from even like 1 hour to the next hour. But if there are specific rules that are put into place that also add variance, then that needs to be known, because then you have to take into account those factors when you're playing the game. And if you can't take into account those factors, then that adds to even more randomness.
On the other hand, the stricter the matchmaking rules are, the longer the wait times become. We've
which is fair.
mentioned this before. In some cases, it might even become impossible to find a suitable match for certain players at all. As a result, those players would be unable to play and would leave the game for good.
I think what he's talking about here is when people bring up the idea of having what's it called, like MMR matchmaking, for example. Like so if you're like a really high MMR, you're gonna just sit in queue times for ages, and if not enough people are there, then you know you're not gonna be able to find something. I can't remember what is it called in like FPSs, where they do like they try and balance matchmaking out, but it never actually works properly. The one where it's like, okay, we're gonna match like a bunch of like gold players versus like one like platinum or one like diamond player and then 4 bronze players. Yeah, SBMM. Like I'm pretty sure War Thunder doesn't have SBMM. Maybe they tested it like back in the day, but I don't know. I think that's what he's talking about, but I'm not entirely sure.
I want to say is that at the end of the day, setting up a matchmaking system is always a compromise between tighter balance, which only partly determines the outcome anyway, and reasonable queue times.
Yeah, and this is I've said the same thing for years. Like, this is another one of those things which it's very hard to get into people's heads. If it doesn't matter what the matchmaking is if you can't get into a game. So I've played some games that I've just died over the years and having to sit in queues for like 10 to 15 minutes to maybe find a game. There was it the guys that made Borderlands? They made like kind of one of those MOBA games, Battle Right or something like that. I played a bit of it, but the game, there just wasn't enough players, so you never found a game. So unless you were kind of queuing with people, you might find a game, but it would be against AI, so you just kind of stomped them. There was some other games like Paragon, for example. I really enjoyed Paragon. I thought it was a fantastic game. It has actually been brought back, I think, as like a Battleborn. Thank you, Sneaky. Yeah, Battleborn. Paragon was a great game. It was made by Epic Games. It was the first kind of MOBA apart from Dota, which I really, really enjoyed. I thought they made it fantastically. And unfortunately, it got shut down because they just didn't have enough players. And they brought it back like as like a mobile thing, but it's nothing compared to what it was. And that was another game where you just sit in queues for ages and you wouldn't find matches. And I stopped playing it because the matches were like 15 to 20 minutes, which was, you know, a good amount, and the gameplay was really fun. But if I'm sat in queues the same length of time that I'm also playing in matches, that means I'm wasting half of my time at my PC. And that is something which we see across the board. Like League of Legends with like streamers, right? Or like high-end players, a lot of them smurf because of the fact, first of all, yes, they do just want to beat up on people. But second of all, you just sat in queue times for hours. I still remember watching RTZ. RTZ was a very high-end Dota 2 player. Incredibly good carry, very interesting personality. Just a really interesting individual when it comes to world history, just the way that he was. But he would sit in queues because his MMR was so high in Dota for like an hour, and he just couldn't do anything. Like, what do you do? I suppose you could play Minesweeper, but most people are not going to do that. They have a limited amount of time. They don't want to sit in queues. So there's compromise always has to be made. And it sucks, but at the end of the day, there is no other way to do it. And therefore, perfect matchmaking is not going to work.
Battle rating changes often cause vehicles that are played by less players to have artificially higher stats. Do you keep this in mind when making BR changes?
Do you look at the whole statistics of vehicles? Do you use your brain? Or do you just not use your brain? Is it AI?
If changes to battle ratings were made purely based on server statistics without any human involvement, that would of course be very convenient.
But it's not true.
We wouldn't have to spend hundreds of man-hours preparing each update to battle ratings, and we usually do that around 5 times a year. Right now, when adjusting BRs, our game designers start with the statistical data for each vehicle, but they also take into account their own understanding of its strengths and weaknesses.
I read a paper a few years ago it was written by a game developer, and he was talking about how there are different ways that you can balance your game. So you can either do it from a statistical point of view, you can do it from player feedback, or you can do it from basically your own understanding, your core, what you feel is correct. So you either have statistics, or you have player feedback, or you have the core thing. Now, Gaijin actually does a really good job of like doing all three of these. But even if in the most perfect system, you are going to have inconsistencies because 2 out of the 3 areas there are based on human opinion. And also when it comes to player feedback, a lot of players, especially high-skilled ones, which is usually the ones that people push for to be involved in these, are people who want to be able to do well in the game. So they are going to vote for stability, and they're also going to be voting for their favorite things to get even better. So, yeah, with these types of things, I would honestly say that if you are a person who is interested in how matchmaking works, who is interested in how this all goes, there are several different papers out there written by different game developers or like university lecturers, all talking about kind of like the game theory behind it. And it is really interesting. I did it like a few years ago, like read through a bunch of them, and also a bunch of like blog posts and essays, all from like different people talking about it. And yeah, it's just really interesting, and there's always going to be problems with it because unfortunately, at the end of the day, it comes down to gut feelings sometimes, and those gut feelings can be different depending on who you're talking to.
Then we discuss those results as a team. The final step is to compile all of that and try to find a compromise, a balanced collective decision of some sort. After that, we collect player feedback on the implemented changes, and once we have it, the whole process starts again. From the outside, it might sometimes look like certain vehicles receive unfair or insufficient attention. That impression can arise because different groups of players tend to show bias towards particular vehicles, classes of vehicles, nations, etc. Something that becomes quite noticeable when analyzing feedback gathered from various platforms. And let's not forget, the game already features almost 3,000 different vehicles. It's entirely possible that something slips through the cracks. That's why we always encourage you to take part in the discussion of BR changes, share your thoughts, agree or disagree with other members of the community. We make every effort to listen carefully to your feedback and take it into account.
Here's my feedback. You need to do more micro changes. Instead of doing these massive macro changes where you do a bunch of BR changes to a ton of vehicles, you need to have a look at more micro stuff. It is very obvious when certain things are massively overperforming. And that's usually based on they are played a lot, and at the same time they are doing pretty well while also being played a lot. This has happened with several premiums over the years, T58, Term 3, for example, even like a lot of the AAs, the mid-tiers for ground, the KV1B was just for some reason a vehicle. I would love to hear a dev's opinion on why the KV1B didn't go up in BR for the longest time and then went up in BR, because they just kept saying over and over again, well, the firepower's too weak, while you had veteran players running around getting 11 kills a game and not dying. So like I would love that I would love that opinion part to be discussed, because especially since when you have a bunch of people who are making these decisions, who are developing the game at the same time, and then also they are expected to play all of these areas at the same time too, how much of like an actual game experience set can you actually have from it? So yeah, it's just very odd how some of these decisions are made. I agree that some things can slip through the cracks, but even ones that were brought up a million times. The other thing we also need to do is we need to ban everybody on the forums who is using AI to create these goddamn essays about why vehicles should move in battle ratings. So just get rid of them so we can actually have proper discussions about these things.
When will we finally get proper big
No!
maps for MBTs?
Save me.
Or even finally a tank RBSB EC mode?
Oh.
The game already features ground maps of all kinds of sizes, from 1 by 1 kilometer or a bit larger all the way up to 4 by 4. All of them are equally present in the map rotation pool for high-level tank battles. However, it's important to understand that because players can use the map filter system to exclude locations they don't enjoy, the effective map pool, as I mentioned earlier, can become noticeably smaller. But that's not because of any sort of developer-run dictatorship. We don't have much say here. It's the result of what is effectively honest, democratic voting by the players involved in this game mode.
Remember when I said this? Like a year, 2 years ago? When they implemented the map preferential stuff, it wasn't just the fact that you could ban a map. It was that you could like and dislike maps at the same time. Now, this was positive because it meant you had more control over your matchmaker. But at the same time, it was also very positive for Gaijin because it gave them the stats that they needed to add to the other ones where they could work out what you guys liked playing. And that is more of a key detail than the ban, like, and dislike system. So that's why a lot of the maps that have been developed over the last few years have been very much designed for a specific thing. They've been all either like village maps with maybe a little bit of grass here, mostly like kind of city combat, because guess what? Those are the maps that most people liked, and also banned the bigger maps like Pradesh, like, you know, big Tunisia and things like that. And that's why they forced those maps to the top tiers, because everybody else just banned them. That's why, if you remember, when they brought in that system, they removed Boulogne-sur-Mer straight away, and it hasn't been back since. Because that was a map that people hated playing, because it was too big and people were running out of fuel. So that's... They're straight up just following the majority. Now, whether that's correct or not, I personally think it's usually a good idea to follow majority opinion on these things, especially since this is not a vocal opinion thing. It is something that people are picking to improve their gameplay situation, right? Which I think is very important because it isn't people discussing stuff. When people discuss things, they don't always say what they actually mean, or sometimes they obfuscate what they're saying by adding frilly crap to it. Whereas when you have a decision, a yes or no decision, which once again, other people cannot see, so it is just personal to you and just you, you are going to make the decision that benefits you the most. And what we see when it comes to War Thunder, with the amount of maps, or with the maps that people ban, with the ones that they like and dislike, it's very obvious that the vast majority of the community prefers these kind of smaller / medium-sized maps that have close combat. Now, you can agree or disagree with that, but it's just raw stats. Now, what I am interested in is seeing how that can be extrapolated to other areas. For me, I think big maps have a place. I think a lot of the big maps we have are very bad, mainly because the way that the spawn system works in War Thunder, after the first spawn, it's very hard to actually do anything on these maps. because once people take the power positions, you just get annihilated. And that is the biggest problem. So, yeah. But yeah, they're literally just basing on player feedback, which is just raw data.
As things stand now, the reality of tank battles at high levels is that most players prefer smaller maps and faster-paced matches,
There you
ones
go.
that relatively often end with one team being pushed back to its spawn simply because the distances between them are so short. Adding extra spawn zones to such maps isn't really feasible. There's simply not enough space. And even if we somehow did that, those new spawns would quickly fall under the control of the dominant team anyway, given how short the engagement distances are.
Will
Oh, whatever.
the basement guy ever be released?
I asked you not to include this question. Why is it here?
Oh, good. Great joke. Love it. Unfortunately, I'm not 14. You know. So I think this Q&A has been very good. To be quite honest, I'm glad that they've done this. It's one of those things which I wish they did more often, but the problem is a lot of these questions are like the same that they've talked about before. You know what I mean? The matchmaking stuff, the large map stuff, the weapon stuff, all of these things are answered continuously over and over and over again. And I don't know. I feel like it's just not getting through. Or maybe you just have like new people turn up like over and over again who haven't heard the answers. But I think it was a solid one. I'm really interested to see what happens with this new air game mode they're working on. Really interested to see what they do with the World War mode stuff. Really interesting to see how they actually do work on the submarine stuff. And to be honest, it's just cool that they do this. So just want to thank all the guys that are behind this. The questions themselves, I mean, as I said, it's up and down, but that's what always happens with these types of things, you know? And I I wish they could just make like an FAQ, and whenever people like ask about specific questions, they can just go to those areas. And if people aren't happy with the answers, then there's not really a lot you could do about it, you know, because those are just the answers, especially since they're kind of like industry standards, or the reason why they exist is because if they did stuff in other ways, people wouldn't enjoy it. But yeah, just want to say thanks for BBD for taking his time, giving us some wonderful paused faces. Very photogenic as our boy. And I look forward to the next update. As always, let me know what you think. Have a wonderful day. Peace be with you. I'll see you next time. There you go. Hey, Not the Bees, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everything's all right. So that was 3 hours, I think. Jesus Christ. 2 hours. I'm not going, I'm staying. But yeah, it was just for the YouTube video. Whew. First part was good, then he started going on some bullshit responses. Well, I mean, the issue is that the same responses they always do, so like it's really hard. The answers that are the answers people just don't like. So it's impossible to actually talk about them. Happy Thanksgiving, Not the Bees. Hopefully you have a good one. Yeah, the heli one, he just missed the mark on. But whenever they've talked about helis, they've missed the mark every time. The issue is the modifications, and same with the other vehicles. But what are you gonna do? I'll be back in a sec. Okay. I'm just gonna get some lunch. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I was just getting my lunch. Nice to see you all, by the way. I know, sorry for not greeting you all, but yeah, we were recording. It's obviously quite a lot going on today. They decided to do the community update, a massive Q&A, and also some other stuff too. Oh, Adolf Hitler won re-election? That's funny. Award for most nasal voiceover in history? Isn't that like the standard guy does the War Thunder stuff? I can't remember his name. But yeah, a lot of the answers were pretty standard. Hey, Floopy Moops, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. Ah. Well, they're free vehicles for everyone, aren't they, Monet? It isn't just for the premium guys. I'm generally fine with it. I just wonder how the modifications are going to work. Like, are you going to get, like, standard mods, or, like, how's it going to be? I don't mind the idea. Hey Juan, nice to see you. Happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully you have a good day. Hopefully you get some good grub. Turkey is low in fat and high in protein, so fantastic addition. I can't really push, so... I need him to shoot. Guessing he didn't do any damage. So we're just stuck here. Time to only eat the turkey breast and finally hit my protein goals. Guy tried to shoot me through here, man. Super rude. Just stuck here, like... nothing I can really do. Alright. Pretty fun. I think they might do a Black Friday bundle. They usually do, don't they? Oh, I got a crit on him. Damn. I didn't kill him. Pretty close, though. The app that I use for food tracking says 240 gram a day of protein. It's been hard to get. That is quite a lot. For me, I'm just gonna have to increase some things. For me, the app that I use always like wanted me to have way higher amounts of protein compared to what I actually had, or just like way higher things. Like when I started losing weight, it was like, oh, you should be on 3,000 calories. And it's like, what? But that is not gonna work. Did I use macro factor? No. I used Fat Secret, then MyFitnessPal. But MyFitnessPal has a lot of like stuff behind a paywall, which is a bit annoying.
Are designed for, even though we're a bit skeptical about how.
Okay. Our team's in a pretty good position here. So I'm just having some lunch. Got a turkey burger. This is a turkey stuffing and cranberry burger. Because that's a thing. Thing took out my gun. Oh, that's fair one. I feel like with macros, you could probably just use an AI to track them. It would probably be free. Ooh. Is there just no enemies here? Oh no, there's nobody here. Alright. Good stuff. Hey Shimakaze, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. The new community updates will give a fully modded vehicle. That's the thing, I just don't know. I'm interested to see how they're gonna do it. Getting torn apart by gepards. PGZ-09s. So the way they're doing it, not the bees, is You play naval, right? You know in naval where it gives you like a random fighter and a bomber that you can bring along? If you're using naval vehicles. Wow. Ammo! Why doesn't the ammo explode? That was a bad shot. Oof. That was a lot of stuff. If I wasn't eating, we probably could have done a bit better. But I'm really hungry, so unfortunate.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Right, but food is done, recordings are done. It is now time to play. Try and get this vehicle finished. Hello everyone, hope you're doing well. It's time to have a look. Thank you for the raid, Honey Badger. That's very kind of you. Let's just see if an intro here. What I'm going to do. It's good. Isn't it wild? 2 hours to go through that Q&A. Hopefully everything's good, Honey Badger. Hopefully you're feeling all right. And everything is okay. Oh. Right. We just finished going through the Q&A and it's basically chilling. Hopefully you're doing good. I'm doing well. Like we just started kind of the session grinding today. Playing some War Thunder. Playing the BMD 4M2 and friends. I've just got to render out all these videos now for the weekend. Kind of pushes back plans. I was going to do a fun video on the Terminator and the M1E3, but it's just how it goes. Oh, that's fun, Honey Badger. Yeah, right now there's the ground event, right? So I haven't really been playing a lot of air. I should give it a go, though. What do you think of the upcoming Stalingrad ship? Looks fine. Don't think it'll be very different compared to the playstyle of something like a Kronstadt. They were kind of made in tandem. Well, not made in tandem, but you know what I mean. Good guns. And, yeah. Doesn't really fix the issue of Soviet naval. Because if you have a look at it, they have a lot of 7.7s, and then they have a huge gap. So, it's kind of fixed the gap. Hey, Fluffy Cat, nice to see you. I think on my specs below the stream, or is the power supply not in there? I can find the power supply for you. That I have. What the hell am I stuck on? Well, this is interesting. Okay. So the power supply that I'm using is the Seasonic Focus FM Series 750W, the 80 plus gold power supply. So there you go. And I'm getting stuck on everything. What do I think of the new eSport camo pack? Did the teams get a cut of the packs? I didn't see that anywhere. Because if they get a cut of the packs, it's a cool incentive to try and promote the esports scene, which I think is quite nice. At the same time, I don't really care about the camos themselves. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, they're not the type of camos that I enjoy. I much prefer actual, like, historical camos, just as a general rule. But I'm not averse to people obviously enjoying having stuff like that. I think it's good that that different sets of people get represented when it comes to War Thunder. I think that's nice. New League vehicle's really interesting, especially the new US cancelled light tank. The Booker? Yeah, the Booker will be fun. I really enjoy that type of vehicle. When they added the Stingray, I was like, they're probably going to add that one too, and here we are. Again, camos are pretty cool. That's because I mostly played top tier, or the camos are full. Yeah, and that's the good thing, right? Like, I think it's awesome that we have in War Thunder, like, different sets of pretty much everything, you know? Like, we have camos which are made for specific, you know, different sets of people, and that's how it should be. So even if I am not really that interested in something, I'm really glad to see it. You know what I mean? I think it's good. A B-66? Watch out! Does he have, like, the big bombs? Maybe? Yeah, the Twitch drop stuff is nice. I do need to make a video on all that. I was going to do it today, and guess what? Community update and also Q&A, so that idea has gone out the window very quickly. I really do enjoy, like, just dropping everything at the same time, you know? Alright, let's see. Oh. It's completely missed him. It's also really nice that they're bringing back the old vehicles for people. So everybody can get access to them. You wonder what the USSR boat will be for the next event? So in the leak list, there was a boat called the AK-225. And it seems to be some weird-ass coastal vehicle with a 57mm or a dual 57mm, and also a 30mm. My guess would be it's that one, but I don't know. So it'll be like another one of these like little PT boats that has access to a ton of firepower and no survivability. But yeah, it could be anything, you know? Who knows? The B-66 isn't that fast. Like, it's... Even when it's, like, fully spaded, it's about the same as, like, something like that. Man, really? Hey, Bilbo, nice to see you. How's the BMD going? I mean, I don't know. The problem I'm having with it, just in general, is I'm having very positive, like, 2 to 5 minutes while playing it, right? So, like, doing a lot with it and giving the team, like, a really nice front foot platform, and also giving my other tanks a good front foot platform. But I'm really struggling to survive in it, and really struggling to actually, you know, kind of bring home the win, if that makes sense. So, like, it's generally been going very well. There's 2 guys here. You thought you could out-reload me. Interesting. Maybe you had like a really good crew or something. Okay. But yeah, so it's like we're having a really good kind of start with the BMD, and luckily the T64 is good enough to be able to kind of, you know, follow through and hammer. And that's been really nice, but at the same time, I wish it was a little bit more useful, you know? See you later, Mr. Leopard 287. Look after yourself. Have a good time, brother. Searching the AK-225 shows a US cargo ship. Yeah, type in AK-225 Russian or Russia. You'll find an article about a little, like, motorboat, like an MTB. Well, I killed one set of leopards, and then the other set came, so no winning that. The team's a bit stuck in the hole. But no, it's been, now that we've got like the useful mods, it's good. But it took like 50% of the grind to get to that, and that's the tough bit for me. Being able to like get through that amount is rough. I think the vehicle though is pretty good. I don't think it's bad. This vehicle is worse than the other BMDs though, but it's not a huge difference. The main thing is the 80 gem reload, which is a bit annoying. Oil. Okay. There's a difference to instead of AK, it's SK225, like a riverboat. That's the different like languages. It's like the whole Cyrillic thing again. Yeah, it would be very surprised if it's like the convoy ship. Doesn't really make a lot of sense if that's the case. But who knows? We'll see. At the end of the day, anything's possible. Is Naval getting kill assist counts as kill system, which is really annoying, getting assist no kill? Yes. Naval is getting the severe damage mechanic. Yeah, Naval's getting the severe damage mechanic. It's also getting a change in how damage is calculated. So basically it's all based on crew now, which I think is good. So there's no percentage to compartment, which is was always a weird one anyway. Yeah, it isn't an assist. It isn't an assist. It's the severe damage thing. You have to. Basically, I think I'd have to read it again, but it's either like 30 or 50%. If you do like, I think it's 50% of like cruise damage of a vehicle, then it'll give you access to severe damage on the vehicle. So if that vehicle gets destroyed, then you get a kill for it. Sounds good, Honey Badger. Look after yourself, man. Have a good time. Yeah, it would be nice, Bilbo. I'd be a fan. Just couldn't do any damage to him. That goddamn Marder chassis, man. Yeah, the random spawns would be fun. Maybe one day. But it'll be interesting to see like what vehicles they kind of give you. You know what I mean? What's gonna be the ones they add? Like, is it must be for the nations, right? Still waiting for the United Korean tech tree? Oh, I could wait 50 years for that tech tree, man. I have absolutely no interest in spinning out all of the goddamn M48s. But the Chon Mahos look fun, so maybe that'll be interesting. That guy looking at me? Ooh, yes you are. Oh no. Okay, well. Class. From one overpowered light tank to another overpowered light tank, I salute you. If that hits, I will be amazed. Yeah. Are you seeing what's happening with that missile? Did you see that? He was trying to go sideways. Definitely wasn't going straight. Bit of a bender. Hey, Liberator, nice to see you. I'm doing good, man. It's just been a bit of a busy day, but I feel very nice. Very much looking forward to the... very much looking forward to the weekend. And obviously, we had our first devlog today. And all of the community update stuff, and also a Q&A from BVD. So, but hey, a lot of stuff. Yeah, everything's in full go now, Liberator. Everything's a ready, steady cook. You only see 3 variants, the M48 in South Korea? Oh, you sweet summer child. Let me find that really goofy tech tree. War Thunder. United Korea tech tree. Here we go. Some goofy motherfucker made like a ridiculous tech tree back in the day. Let's see. I think the dude actually reduced them. Yeah, this one only has 4 M48s. But basically, there's the M48, the A1, the A2, the A3, the A4, and the A5. All the way up to, I think, the A8, if I remember. It's just completely insane. Just a mess. CPU Zeros, F-18s, F-16s, less G-Lock. Oh, for the guns only thing? I hope people enjoyed that one. Like, it seemed okay. I don't know. Looked fine. Really hope the Terminators come in the next update. Yeah, I hope they give it the funny gun wobble. I think that'll be kind of fun. Despise the guns only mode. It was a shit show, honestly. I think some people like shit show though. For me, I don't find it that interesting. But I also don't really find top tier that interesting either. You need to get the turkey and Liberator. Eat all the turkey. Turkey time. Oh, fuck. Okay. See what people do. Does the premium on this thing, or does the premium version of this thing get the does the premium version get the quick reload? Hey Vape Doctor, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Yeah, there was a lot of interesting stuff in the Q&A. I'm going to talk about it in a video on Saturday, so... Well, several videos. But you know how this goes. There's a guy like over here. The premium does? Oh, so this one is just worse than the other two. Okay. That kind of sucks. Hopefully it'll be better. Ooh. Da 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 da. A lot of our team is just kind of sat in these places, you know. It's about 5 seconds. Okay, Heli died. Hey, Heli definitely died. Jesus. What? That was weird. I thought it hit the ground. I don't like being on this cap. I know we have coverage, but it seems like waiting to die, you know? Especially from over here. Another PVR BV gamer. I've seen quite a lot of them recently. No idea why. Just such a shitbox. Is there a stream in 2026 with you playing Cyberpunk? Highly doubt it. We do have some long games planned, but they're more strategy stuff. What? Oh, did he actually shot one at me? Oh, damn. Got one off. No, the games like that I think are really cool. I don't like the fact that when it came out, it was awful, you know? Like I don't really like rewarding game companies for stuff like that. But there's probably been enough times past. But it's just more of, you know, needing time to go through it. There we go. Did they remove the rackets and smoke? I don't think so. I'm not sure. No idea. There's a cool thing about 2077, they keep on updating it, adding free stuff as the game was an online service. Yeah, it's cool, right? It's nice that they've kept committed to it. A game could have completely torpedoed the reputation of CD Projekt Red. Luckily it didn't. Because they are a pretty cool company. So this is dodgy. I need to be close enough. I need it to be close enough in order for my like missile to just donk in, then far enough away so I could get it off beforehand. Didn't really do much in that game. The game was buggy on release, but still a good game at its core. I think that's what saved the rest. Yeah, probably. There we go. Hey Rusty Sniper, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everything's okay. Welcome to the glorious BMD. Has got a weird camo. Need to get out of here. Too much artillery. Oh, this guy's blocking me. Come on. Oof. Jesus. Go through to Joburg. Elliot to pick up a car for my brother's matric dance tomorrow. Huh. Well, that sucked. Damn. Go forth. It's actually probably better to go over here. See if we can get through the middle. Was staring at me earlier. Now he's over here. Very awkward. Yeah, he set up to kill me in the BMD, then he moved to kill me in the T64. It don't really matter. His positioning was off. How is Joe Berg nowadays, Rusty Sniper? Is it okay? Or is it falling apart? Which obviously wouldn't be very fun. Okay. Quite a lot of airplanes in the air today compared to when we were playing yesterday. They cleaned up the area where they had the G20, but the rest of it's a shithole. One of my favorite things over here is when they had the provincial elections, and just for a two-week period, magically, all of the homeless people downtown just completely disappeared. Like straight up, they just removed them and just put them in hostels and shit. It was wild. What? Well, that sucks. Ow. Okay. See if we can get an air kill, since we need that for the daily. 10-3 and a full up tier. Killed 2 of that new Jaguar. I've seen a few of them around when I was playing around that BR. They didn't seem very effective. Maybe people get used to them. Going into space. This guy like trying to hit me or something? How the fuck does he know where I am? It's pretty crazy. Wait, what? Oh, that's going for that. Never mind. That's just nozzle lot. Is there a reason why they didn't develop Russian tanks with a reverse gear? One of the major things that they focused on when it came to Russian tanks was being compact, and also the idea of, well, you know, the doctrine of the way that they were going to set up offensively and defensively. So it was kind of seen as not as it was seen as one of those things that they had to make the tank bigger in order to add a bigger transmission to do it, right? So therefore, it didn't really make a lot of sense to do. A lot of things with Russian tanks in terms of like why they are the way that they are is because of the size of them. If you look at like Russian MBT, especially T64, 72, T80, if you compare that to like their counterparts from other nations, they're incredibly tiny. Oh, I see how it is. We're just missing, are we? Okay, thank you. Just straight up missed. So yeah, whenever you add stuff, whenever you add stuff to a vehicle, it adds cost, it adds size, and it adds weight. And until you can get the efficiency up to a point, it's usually not too useful to add certain things that you're not going to use too much, right? So it was more designed around the idea of, okay, well, if we need to get out of there, let's rotate and let's go, you know? Hey, Abby, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Yes, Billiard. We're playing Soviet 9-7 with the BMD. Having a bit of fun. Okay. Yeah, a lot of the reasons why things are made the way that they are is pretty much just like, you know, it's either cost or it's doctrine. So then it's just trying to work out where it falls in, or efficiency, which is also technically cost. Because the more efficient you make something, the less cost it is. Yeah, we recorded videos on the Q&A earlier, Abby. I'm gonna release them on Saturday just because it fits the schedule a bit better. So that's what we're gonna do. But hopefully you're doing well. The Q&A was mostly interesting. There's a lot of cool stuff in it. Okay. We're just gonna chill here. See if we're gonna hit something. Maybe I have a bad day, but I don't think so. I think the problem is that teams have an average IQ of 65. Oh no. Dealing with a bunch of thickos. Well, the Gaijin dev apologized. That look on the thumbnail's so serious. But like, that's BVD, innit? He's the serious guy. Which I kind of prefer. I don't want BVD to be the unserious dude, you know? Hey Commander Datsun, I see you. Did some searching this morning and saw that some people are using sound radar in game. They set up the sound frequency of enemy tanks and they know exactly where they are. What's your opinion on that? Isn't that kind of already how it works, or what do you mean? I mean, I personally, if it's that, like, good in that way, I would want it banned. They've already banned it from competitive play, but yeah, I've always been... Now that sound is at a point where it's generally in a much better place. Where it's in a much better place than it was previously. I don't really like the idea of sound mods. Like, I get it before because War Thunder sounds used to be absolutely abysmal at times, but nowadays, with the way that it all works, I would prefer if they just out and out banned them, you know. There we go. And I know that's probably a harsh take because there's a lot of people who enjoy them and They're generally very fun for people and yada yada, but there's just too many people exploiting the shit, you know? Oh my. And your friend flying back from Belgium tomorrow? Can't wait to see him again. It's been 3 months. Goddamn. I wonder if he had the Belgian fries. It's always a classic in Belgium. Okay. Why is there a million guys over there? Thoughts on the T-58? Incredibly powerful, very fun. The only vehicle that can rival the terms. Some kind of overlay software that deaf people use. Of course, that's helpful for them, but it's like cheating. Wait, so it literally like shows you where the targets are like physically? So like on the screen? So it isn't just like an audio thing, it literally like points out where to look, right? That's what you're saying? Okay, well. Okay, then that should be banned. That should definitely be banned. Okay. Good evening, Penguin Red. Nice to see you. Yep. No rest allowed. I haven't even been able to catch up on the stuff from yesterday. Woo! Man. Alright, I'm gonna stop taking that position. It's not working very well for me. Should I go up in BR? Yeah, probably. I should put that and the term 3 up in BR. Oh. This dude's got a broken radar. Oh dear. Thank you for the follow, Trangas. That's very kind of you. Now, unfortunately, accessibility stuff is kind of a two-way street, right? So, it's good to have stuff that is accessible, so everybody can enjoy a product. But in a PvP scenario, if you have something that then gives people a competitive advantage because of the accessibility feature, you kind of got rid of the you've got to get rid of the accessibility feature, which is a problem. So maybe in game modes which aren't realistic or simulator, maybe it could be used, but not in realistic and sim, because what you see on the map is very important. guy got shot like a million times. Like, it's kind of cool how a lot of racing games have kind of gone pretty heavy into the... I'm actually kind of amazed that killed him. I'm not gonna complain, I'm just amazed. A lot of racing games have gone into it, like, and setting that stuff up, and I generally think that's fine. But yeah, if it's a competitive area, you got to be super careful. Where the hell are these guys getting shot from? That's just painful, man. If he's still moving, he's not repairing, so... What? Did he go back to his base? He did. Of the first ME262 and its miserable stock? Yeah, it's not good. It's a very rough vehicle to play. It's not enjoyable at all. This really depends on how aggressive the enemy could be. They could still win this. They have a ton of people. Uh-oh. Oh, it's the hunter. I love Mavericks. So good. The squadron vehicle is definitely better. I think the Jabbo is also better, just because at least you get something additional, right? That you can use. Come on. Do they need help or are they good? I think too much of the enemy went south. And they're kind of stuck there, not doing much. There's nothing they can really do. There you go. Another game where we do nothing in the BMD and then carry in the T64. It is too much. Do. All right. See what we can do now. Let's try and get to the flank and have a bit of fun. I wonder if we just want to kind of run at people. See what we can do. Let's go forward. It'd be nice to get the winter camo for this thing too, so we don't have to worry about getting on different maps. Oh my lord. What is happening? Why is there just 3 guys on me? Again. Motherfucker, man. Oh. There's 3 dudes. Trying to fucking gobble balls. Why does that happen over and over again with this BMD? I have to fucking clean up with this thing, man. Fucking shithousery. It honestly is gonna take me like fucking 200 games to like spade this thing. So I just get caught out like over and over and over again by just bullshit. Like in that situation, what the fuck do you do? Like we got 2, man. Oh, there was a 4th guy here too as well. Never mind. Looks like a quarter of the team decided that this area of the map was the way to be. Actually, more than a quarter. 5 players at least out of 16. Learn to shoot. Just so obnoxious, like. Such a pain in the ass. Dude is still over there as well. Hasn't moved, scouting everybody. Like, out of a team of 16, 6 of them are here. In this area, in this quadrant. Like, how do I account for this? And more are coming. Fuck off. No. There's just 6. 6 people out of 16. Here. What am I supposed to do? I just gotta clobber them all. Like, it literally just means that my head just gets caved in while the rest of the team just has a chill time. Fantastic. That guy was behind us. Like, what even is like the ploy at that point? What am I supposed to do? These guys, the whole team is here. And they're not fighting anybody. There's like 2 guys. Everybody's here. I don't know what to say. And look at this. And look at this. Our team has hardly died. They've just sat in a line because they're not fighting anybody. The only way we lose here is if we get rolled up from the flank. It's wild. Relax, mate. This has been happening for 2 days straight. 2 days. It's impossible to relax. Like, I just have to keep digging myself out of a hole with the BMD over and over again. Just fucking nuts. Do. So yeah, it's just wild. What can you do? Did you see the like the vehicle in the bottom right of it, Monet? I think it's that naval vehicle with the big fat wheels. That's the only thing I can think it might be. Yeah, so look at the match there. Isn't that just wild? I'll have to find it, but it looks similar to that Saab machine, if you remember it. Where it has like the fixed, it's like one that was designed for like aircraft carriers or something. Like a really shit little bomber. I'm thinking like French. French 1930s with the fat wheels. Like, I'll show you the vehicle that it reminded me of. Because I've seen it in the past to developers a while ago. It's like some weird naval aircraft. I think it might be that, but I might also just be completely wrong. Yeah, the most predictable thing happened in this game. The enemy team was set up in such a weird way that the rest of our team just walks over everybody. It's just nuts. Looks like we're good here, though. Don't have to do too much. So, there's a French aircraft that when I looked at it, it was like some kind of naval French thing, and it reminded me of this thing, the B-17. Where it has like the wheels that act as kind of an air brake. I just can't remember what it's called. It's one of those weird ones. I thought we would get this thing done today, but it's increasingly looking like no. Hey Dark Souls, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. I don't think the stream is limited anywhere. Pretty sure it can be anywhere and everywhere. Like the premium rank 1 torpedo bomber? Yeah. Like I feel like it's like that. Whoop. See what happens here. Greetings, Ephialtis. Nice to see you. Good morning. Hopefully you are doing good. Hopefully you're feeling good as well. Bonk. Shell shattered. Oh no. A flanker got flanked. That is not good. Did you react to the BVD interview? We did, yeah. So, because they did the community update stuff, we recorded it on stream earlier. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload them all for Saturday. So there's gonna be a bunch of videos that come out on Saturday, because I just don't want everything to like come out at the same time. I want to enjoy the weekend, you know. It's not, his cockpit doesn't match. Fair then. Must be somewhere random. Oh dear. I don't want to go up too far because I'm going to get shot by that guy, but... Yeah, the BVD interview is pretty good. A lot of the same things that I said a million times. And I feel like it's going to continue to say a million times, you know. Oh. God damn it, man. No, I'm not Ephialtis. It's not really a game that I've ever been interested in playing. Looks like one which is just like a general grindy FPS game. But now this week, I'm very much focused on doing the War Thunder event. And also just kind of chilling in terms of playing a bunch of other stuff. Having a good time and relaxing. Today I think we're going to be playing some SnowRunner, and then tomorrow Sniper Elite with the good old Jurists. That should be quite fun. And the weekend should just be War Thunder and maybe some Active Matter. We are going to be streaming early again on the weekend, so that should be quite good. I'm trying to finish a video which is about the M1E3 and then also one about the good old Terminator. But I don't know if they'll be done in time. I'm trying to commit to doing more kind of like long form discussions about vehicles they could add into the game, like trying to make it like a weekly thing. Like once or twice a week just making them, but the amount of effort it takes is a lot longer. Next Tuesday they're doing a free test week where you get to try all the DLCs for free. But I haven't even played like Destiny 1. You know, like when that game first came out, it was just kind of like, oh okay, it just looks like a grandy FPS, and I was playing Borderlands at the time, and I still need to finish Borderlands. Like, I haven't even played 4 yet. I still need to finish 3. It's fucking wild. Kind of rude. Okay. Well, that sucked. Destiny 1's only on console? Yeah, I know. But like, I just never played it. So I never played Destiny 2 either. Just never really drew me in, because I just didn't really get the point. I feel like with the game Ephialtis, it probably is a pretty fun game to play. It's just one of those time issues, right? Like, even though it may be free for like a period of time, it doesn't feel like a game that I can experience everything in it over that like week. So it'd be better. It's just another one of those longer games that I just don't have time for. I'd personally rather just play like some strategy games or something. I think it'd be more fun for me. But it still has a pretty good player base, doesn't it? I don't think it's small.
Recon reports enemy spotted.
War Thunder has its issues and isn't perfect, but how is it paid to win? I don't get those comments and they bother you? I don't know. I have no idea. For me, like, it's always just been paid to like lessen the grind, which isn't really paid to win. Like, we can always discuss about the imbalance in terms of you know, the pay aspect to the grind aspect, but yeah, I've never really seen it as pay to win. No, it's all good, Slanesh. I've seen them all the time too. It only becomes a little bit odd when certain premiums are better versions of ones which are in the tech tree. So, for example, the BMD that I'm using here, right? It's worse than the event one, and it's also worse than the premium one. So that is technically a pay-to-win vehicle because you pay and you get a better version. But if you did the event, then you get an even better version. So, yeah. Bit confusing. The destroyers back in the day, the premium destroyers, were just flat out pay to win. A lot of naval premiums are pay to win because they're just the same vehicles with more crew and more guns. So they're just better.
Enemy forces have captured a zone.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Did the missile just miss? I think it did. Hey, Yokai, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everything's alright. Hopefully now we get the better missile for this though. So should make it a little bit better. Are those donkeys on my screen? God, that looks so weird. Oh, it's like a laughing horse. Ooh, nice. Hey, we got the 9M342. Good. So now the Shigler is back up to snuff. And that's what we like to see. I haven't played World of Tanks in such a long time. I know a lot of people who do though. I saw they released another video kind of showing a bunch of like new vehicles that they were adding. Look kind of cool. Do do do. We got the L333. So funny. Doesn't even look like an L333. Why is it so low poly? Kind of weird. They're in similar genres, yokai. Says, but there's a lot of crossover also between the communities. So both like military vehicle games. You have this game in storage, do you? I'd give it a go, man. It's pretty fun. I enjoy it. Okay, forward we go. Alright, let's see if we can take Bravo. Let's do something different this time. We've been doing kind of the same thing over and over again, so let's switch it up on this map. For your time. Whoa. Forward we go into dawn. It's time for us to boogie. Hey, Real Omni Gamer, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. Life's good. It's been a very busy day. A lot of things have been happening, so we're now chilling, relaxing, and getting back into it. Feeling pretty good, if I'm honest with you. Doing very well. The grind has been okay today. Not the best it's ever been, but it's been okay. Sometimes that's all you need. And that somehow got behind us. It's fun. Yeah, feeling pretty good. Thank you, Yokai. That's very kind of you. Of course, it's a goddamn XM246. It's something else as well. I don't know what it is. And an AMX30. We just have TV90. Alright, well, we got one. Both dead. Let's go. Good stuff. I'm over an artillery guy. There's artillery in War Thunder. You have like the M44, M55, the Panzer Haubitz 2000, the LZ05. There's a bunch of SPHs, if that's what interests you. Currently attending UTT. Started watching you when I was 16. Bought a laptop to play War Thunder, but most bought it for AutoCAD. I wanted some help on the event vehicles. It's confusing since I never really took time to understand how it works and how to get it. Yeah, I mean, we can go through it if you want. So you want to understand, like, how the event works? Usually, whenever an event goes, I do make a video kind of outlining what's in the event and how to do it. But we'll use the event that's going on right now, how it works. How long are the matches? Usually 10 to 15 to 20 minutes. So 10 to 20 minutes at most. Depending on various factors, but yeah. So the way that it works, just in general, in terms of the new style of events, is each event has a singular event vehicle, right? This is either an air vehicle, a ground vehicle, or a naval vehicle. Now, I'm playing on PC, but you can play on console or PC. So, depending on what type of vehicle is, you have to play specific modes in order to unlock it. So for example, if it's an air vehicle, you have to play either arcade, realistic, or simulator. Oof. And yes, it's different from the battle pass, but you can do them at the same time in terms of grinding stuff out. So the events usually happen, you know, every so often. Like right now we have the R400 event. So if you complete the event, you get access to the R400. And there are 7 stages to this event. And the way that it works is every 2 days, you have to grind out 35,000 mission score in order to get access to that mark of distinction. And if you get 7 of the marks of distinction, so over the 14-day period, with them switching over every 2 days, you get access to the vehicle and also all of the other goodies from the setup, right? And that's how it works. So right now in this event, we are on the 5th mark of distinction, okay? So that means that there are 2 more marks if you complete them. Plus this one, you get access to the R400. I thought the event vehicle was inside the battle pass. There are battle pass vehicles too. So but that's a separate event that's going on as well. So they're 2 which are not interconnected. They're 2 separate things. You're in Canada? Oh, that's fun. Canada's a pretty cool place. Big fan. Hey, Mr. BBG, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. So what's the difference? So in order to complete the battle pass and get the vehicles from that, you have to do dailies, you have to do logins, you have to do special tasks, and the battle pass challenges. In order to get the event vehicles, you have to grind out X amount of mission score every few days in order to get access to that vehicle during the period when the event is on. So they're two separate like things in the game. But also at the same time, you can grind them out at the same time. But they're 2 separate mechanisms. You watch rugby games? Have you been watching the internationals recently? There's a bunch of like Southern Hemisphere versus Northern Hemisphere internationals. A lot of good ones actually this winter. It's been good. It's been all right. It's been pretty Gucci. So what I always recommend is complete your dailies and work on specials and challenges while also grinding out these events. Because the events, you just need mission score, and mission score is the number which appears here. So then as you do like your special tasks or as you do your dailies, you will get that mission score too. That's kind of how it is. So yeah. So battle passes, they usually last, I think it's what, like 3 months? So you have 3 months to do daily specials, challenges, all of that stuff. And then with events, they usually last like a week or 2. Probably okay. Also, !new. That's a set of videos that can help with understanding all these stuff work. So, it's pretty good. I don't know when they start, Mr. BBG. I need to have a look. Let's go. Well, it's all good, yokai. They're pretty fun. There's a lot to them. Like War Thunder, you can put like basically an unlimited amount of hours into, and there's always something to do. So it's a perfect game to like stream and chill and chat to people. The major thing is to not take it too seriously. J7E is pretty fun. I enjoyed it when I grinded it. Whoop. Your first stream was yesterday? What did you play? For me, I kind of like playing War Thunder and then like a bunch of like interesting strategy games. Yeah, it's all good, Real Omni Gamer. Look after yourself, man. Chat to you soon. Have a good time. Oh, COD? Cool. I haven't played COD in ages, but I do enjoy watching it. I think it's, watching people play Warzone, I think it's actually kind of fun. Oh, there was somebody there. Whoop. There's a guy there. Did I play Warzone when it first came out? No, I didn't. But as I said, I watched it. I enjoyed watching people play it. I just didn't really enjoy playing it. It's, I don't know, just not good enough, you know? So you just kind of get bonked over and over again. What did I get like love tapped by there? Okay. Shooting. What is that? What? Whatever, man. Jesus. You play Ark Survival? I played a bit of that. It's pretty fun, apart from you have to mod it quite a lot to be useful. Okay. You played tons of Ark, my second most played game on Steam. Yeah, Ark's pretty awesome. Yeah, it was through a container and also through smoke. And also he hadn't seen me previously because the other guy shot me. Wild. What a shot. True gamer. It's been a hell of a fight over here. Blizzard's pretty cool, yeah. I haven't played any of their games in a while. I actually kind of enjoyed Heroes of the Storm quite a lot, but then they just stopped developing it. I'm guessing it just didn't really get, just didn't get the player base that they wanted, I'm guessing. I think we should remove Gepards from the game. The fact that people are taking them into greater than full up tiers and just nuking vehicles. It's just so bloody annoying. I haven't played any Diablo since Diablo 2. When all the reviews and stuff came out for 3, I just didn't really bother with it. Weird. My round didn't spoil. Okay. The guitar got stuck between a rock and a hard place, I think. Oh, is it our boy Spanish again? The leader of the people. The man of the people. Regenerative steering. It has been interesting to see how much people have like harped on about that thing. That was my PC, by the way. First Q&A video done. I should get a crew back, actually. Gaijin has finally addressed the demand for regenerative steering of Vyacheslav has stated that its implemented will depend on feedback after the test. Please don't fumble this one. It's our chance to finally fix the mobility of modern MBTs. I don't think he's going to enjoy the results. I saw more recently he was complaining about the AMX, not the AMX, the Type 10's steering, and where it basically just like stops as it moves around. Like when it tries to turn, it kind of just like it locks one of the tracks and stops. Well, I think he's going to be in for a bit of a rude awakening on how they're going to model regenerative steering. Don't think he's going to be very happy about it. Yeah, I know he is. He's just one of those guys who just believes he knows everything about like how these vehicles should be, and therefore that's how they should be in the game. And then if it gets modeled realistically and it's not how he thinks it should be, then he complains. I wonder if that guy's found a job yet. I hope he has, but I don't really know who would hire him. Like, I wonder what, like, life skills he has. Because when it comes to, like, his War Thunder stuff, he straight up hasn't changed in, like, a decade. You know what I mean? It's just so weird.
The Allied forces have captured a zone.
This is, the interesting thing about... So basically, with the way... So... Sorry, just doing some editing. One mod left on the T-72. How have you found it? I enjoyed it when I played it, but I played it when it came out, and it was, yeah, had a crazy high win rate with it. But that was because nothing else got anything, so... Excuse me? How the fuck did he kill my gunner? Okay, let's go to Bravo now. We're just going in between all the different things. He's also one of those guys, Monet, who wants like the huge maps. There. He has multiple Reddit accounts? How do you know? You're able to tell that? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but it's just kind of how it goes. Oh, that stuff, Monet? Yeah, I've seen that too. He also posted a lot on like random autism subreddits as well. Which, I mean, at least for me, it's not too surprising in terms of like his general ideas and thoughts, since he's very focused on very specific things. It's kind of like a telltale sign of autistic tendencies, which there's nothing wrong with, but yeah, it's just the whole fitting a type, you know. I just hope he finds purpose, and I hope he finds something interesting he can sink teeth into. Okay, see if we can get to Alpha. Maybe it'd be better if I just hold this area. I don't know. Goddamn Lukes. Had to kill so many goddamn gepards, man. What? Nuke time. Another silly T-64 nuke. That's the third in 2 days, I think. Pretty wild. Don't think we'll get it off. But yeah. Pretty wild. T-64 seems to be in a very nice place. Again, the little advantage with the BMD is definitely helping too. Do 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 do. Can we get up to Mach 1? That's the real question. Playing the Jaguar made me remember why I despise gameplay higher than 9.7. I mean, I really don't like the Jaguar anyway. Like, I don't... The vehicle's too big with no armor, so it's just gonna die to, like, anything, you know? It's not gonna go very well. Didn't get it off. So close, but yet so far. Still good grinding though. 15k RP, most of it worthless because it's in the T64. We got 13k RP in the T64. Jesus. Oh my god, this guy had 12 kills? Jesus. That's very good. Alright, that's both dailies done. Adjustment of fire done. Just continue to keep trying to make this BMD work and then killing everything in the T64. What's the point of playing a light tank that's slower than most premium MBTs and can't flank because it gets instantly spotted by Billy using a thermal recon drone in his spawn? Or because it's just massive, right? Like, that's the thing. It's slower than most MBTs, and your only advantage is a fire and forget missile, which you have to expose your whole vehicle to use. So, like, how's that gonna work? I don't know. Like, it just, when I looked at it after playing like the Neymar and after playing the other thing that's similar to it, the Puma, I just don't get it, man. Like, are the missiles better than the spikes? Like, do they work better? Do we want to go to the top of the tippy top hill? I think we do. It's all or nothing, so kind of similar to spikes then. It's pretty much what spikes do. Oh, I fucked it. I've gone the wrong way. Shit. Damn, man. I wanted to go around back, but yeah. Just piss him off. Okay. Another one appeared. This guy's just slapping in the Type 24. Just like beep, beep, beep. Kind of worried about the guy at Charlie though. Do you think the Turn 3 has kept its top selling ground premium spot? Has it been replaced by one of the Gunner MBT packs? I'd be very surprised if it wasn't one of the high tier packs, man. I don't know what that is. Like, we'll have to see, right? might also just not show it because obviously last year caused quite a large controversy. That was the most played vehicle. Couldn't we like use that site to see what's the most like played vehicle? I suppose that's probably only like half the year. Okay, well. Didn't realize he was looking at me. Da, 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 da. Okay. Pretty sure that was the time that took this. Let's just keep on walking forward. Sometimes you just gotta keep going. Don't stop. I actually find it quite easy to get to this cap, even on like a second spawn. There are like some shots you can get shot from, but generally it's okay. Too fat to get through there. Hey Alex, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good, man. Hopefully everything's alright. I'm doing well, thank you. We're just playing the BMD. And grinding it out, getting the event done. I don't know how much I'm through the event, but I feel like it's gone pretty good. We've been playing pretty well in the BMD, but it's taking a long time to grind because we're having a wild old time staying alive. Should pitch a betting company to plan to bet on those premiums as the most sold with each game mode. But how would you be able to like actually, you know, complete the bet or whatever? Because how would you ever find out, right? Oh, well, that's kind of rude. Will you shoot this guy? You shot him afterwards? Jesus Christ. I did see that betting stuff has just got completely out of control, by the way. The fact that people are betting. Oh, not again, man. people are betting on like the Ukraine war in terms of like how far like different groups are advancing and shit. And it's just like, what the fuck are we doing, man? Literally betting on an active war. It's just, oh, it's fucking disgusting. The whole poly market shit is like out of control now. And it's also everywhere. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, but everything has now become poly market thing. And that's because poly market is a way of getting around betting laws, because you're technically not betting. You're technically speculating, which is of course bullshit, but you know how this is. Do-do-do. Hit. Shouldn't have been a fucking hit. Alright, go on. Nice. Nice to see you, Nurgle. Hopefully you're doing good. Hopefully everything's alright. Yeah, a lot of news today, Alex. We got a big community update with a bunch of new stuff. We got a big Q&A from BVD. Crazy week. Hey, Boss Tom, nice to see you. We usually stream for like 7 or 8 hours a day, man. Today we're doing a bunch of War Thunder and then also some SnowRunner. I've been to check a bit, not all of it. That's fair. Yeah, the community update was interesting. The Q&A, I mean, a lot of the questions I've already answered before, but there's some new stuff. I've made a set of videos. They'll come out on Saturday. Yeah, that's fair, Alex. I don't know how much the star I have left to do, actually. Oh, 10k. Goddamn. Doing good, though. We'll get a bunch done tomorrow. Way ahead when it comes to the coupon too. I think we only need like 100k, so as long as we just play the event, we'll get it done. It'd be nice. And also we got like a bunch of IKEA stuff delivered today, so I'm going to be putting it together later. Always fun. Don't actually mind doing IKEA stuff. There's a lot rougher stuff around the place, so it's usually just, you know, Lego for adults. Jesus. Oh, the mighty Mephisto taken down by artillery. We need to help it out for him. Unboxing stream? No, No, it's literally just like a bookcase that I have to build. So I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it on stream. We're just reorganizing a bunch of stuff. We did a big winter clear out and we're sorting out some storage things. We just let a few things like pile up over time, you know. We're just sorting it. It's a lot of rockets. Be nice if this vehicle got smokes. I kind of get why it doesn't, but yeah, would be cool. Kind of annoying. Oh my god. Hit the fucking button. There we go. Hey Chan, it's nice to see you. Yeah, I was recording videos, Boston. Because they released a lot of stuff today. They did the community update, they did the first devlog of the update. They also did a big Q&A with BUD, and on the weekends now I stream a bit like earlier than usual. So what I was trying to do was I was trying to record the videos so then I could upload them for Saturday. So there's going to be like a big set of videos for Saturday. They could technically go up today, but I'm trying to get better at flow of content instead of just doing all this stuff at the same time. But it means that I've got a bit of a backlog now. There was a bunch of like news stuff that happened a few days ago that I still kind of have to get to. But yeah, we're recording about the Q&A. I think the Q&A is super important because it's one of those things that's, you know, it's kind of about like the future of the game, right? So. Oh, damn it, man. It keeps like dipping down, so I can't hit him. Is he looking at me? Yeah. Nice. Good old Tsar. Best tank killer in the game. Oh, it looks like we're gonna win. Kind of a crazy battle though. Yeah, exactly, Boston. Yeah, yesterday was all the leaks, and then today was all the official news. And tomorrow will be a bunch of the other initial new, official news too. So a lot going on. Okay. The guy just walked in and killed 3 of them. Bit silly, innit? Okay, let's go again. We'll probably get this thing done tomorrow. I don't think so, Boston. I'm not sure. I think they're on the esports stuff tomorrow. Oh boy. How's this gonna work? Da 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 da. Do 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 do. There we go. The chrysanthema? No. Chrysanthema is very bad. It's not the vehicle to go with, I don't think. Ended up spading it and it just was not good. It did not work very well. Maybe in the future it'll be okay, but today is not that day. We shall see. Who knows? But yeah, the chrysanthema, especially as a second spawn, is just a death sentence, unfortunately. It's just not going to work very well. I was over pushing a little bit there. Yeah, a lot of ATGM TDs are not very good. That one is really not very good. It's not an enjoyable vehicle to play. The radar sucks. It's way over BR'd compared to where it should be. That's fair. Got my goddamn stuff, man. Okay. Yeah, like in the times where you're able to like shoot stuff and there's no obstacles in the way and all of these things, yeah, it can be useful, but yeah, it's a lot of factors. Oh, damn, that guy flew. The hell is that thing? Yeah, it just doesn't work very well. Don't know what they could actually implement to make it better either. That's the other thing. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck here. Can't really do anything. Nice. That was number 60. Guessing he decided not to push. Just make sure he dies. Really worried about this chieftain. Feel like he's on the slow march to come fuck me up. He's gonna turn up and be like bam bam bam. He's up the hill now. Need this Baglet to turn around. The Baglet did not turn around. How unfortunate. You mentioned something like Sweden and France as single or double tank lineups, and coming from playing like 7 or 8 vehicle lineups with America and Russia switching to France, your god? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Like, it's one of those things where, especially, there's many nations in the game that really struggled for a long time with just like single vehicle lineups. And then they add in a bunch of nations to those nations to try and help them. And then people just complain that there's so much copy paste in the game. And it's like, well, do you want people just to have like one vehicle lineups? Like because sometimes there's straight up just like not anything you can add. So how do you fix that? You know? What's the way you get around it? And fortunately, most people just don't have an answer apart from adding vehicles. Like, people go, oh, well, add a bunch of unique vehicles around that area. And it's like, well, there isn't any. Oh, we'll add variants of the pre-existing vehicle that's already there. Okay, so that's just more copy-paste then. And no variants in playstyle at all for those players. So, like, you're just doing the same thing. Oh, we'll just let them suffer then. Okay. Or, well, how about don't add them to the game? Alright, well, they're already there, so... Yeah, there really is just a disconnect. And it's the whole issue with I want to play unique vehicles, but at the same time I want the game to be fair and balanced. It's just like, you know, it can't work. Chieftain 900. I think that's what people mean when they say add more World War II tanks. I think people say that because they like World War II stuff, but the thing is, Gaijin adds a shit ton of World War II stuff, so... that's the thing. They had a metric ton of World War II stuff every year, just people just forget. They have such short-term memory spans. Or they follow narratives. Or it's for nations. Like, it's for... Why didn't he shoot? That was very weird. Or it's for nations they don't play. And therefore they just don't think about them. But they had World War II stuff like all the time. As I said, it's just people forget. I don't know how or why they forget, but they forget all the time. It's really annoying, actually. Need to get out of here. Whoa. Here we go. I think it would also be cool for people to kind of outline what vehicles they want to see in terms of World War II vehicles too. Like, what are the vehicles that people want added in terms of the game? Because after you start like listing like maybe 20, you're kind of struggling in terms of like interesting and unique ones which people will be, you know, actually interested in. You want gunship fighters? Like the Bolton Ball? The Defiant? But even then, like, how many of them are there? You know? Gunship against fighters, the YB-17. The B-17 with all the guns on it. But wouldn't that be classed as a copy-paste because it's a B-17? Are they capping Alpha? The YB-70 is the fictional-looking Cold War bomber? Oh. So, it doesn't exist? Okay. There is somebody on Alpha. Let's go forward. Do 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 do. Dee 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 dee. There we go. Stop the cap. Okay, we need to get out of here then. Old T-64 once again doing a lot of damage. Fuck. Took out... I don't know how the fuck he did it, but he took out my vertical with 73mm. And because my gun was looking at him, but there was a vehicle in the way, it was pointing in the air for some reason. Which is always enjoyable. Wish they'd fix that at some point. Especially with these Soviet machines. It just takes them way too long to get the gun back on target. Yeah, we're probably gonna die there, but we should have got a kill. Okay. You watched a documentary on the life of Winston Churchill the other day. It was quite interesting. He was an interesting dude. Very much a wild individual at the time. Very well spoken. Oh dear. Am I allowed to get up here? No. There's another guy over there. I can't see him because of the flames. God damn it, man. Such a pain in the ass. Alright, we're at 52 to 44. There's 4 of them left. We just sit back, we win. So hopefully we sit back and we win. We're what, 8 kills ahead? We are not sitting back and winning. We're in fact doing the opposite. Oh dear. There we go. Still 8 kills ahead. 3 minutes. I have 1 AA, I think, on Bravo. We just chill here. There's a chieftain somewhere, if I remember. It's actually better for me to stick myself in a position where I can't get shot than react. Tough fought battle, though. HF 24 time. Right, 2 minutes left. Is this guy really pushing exactly where I am? Wild. Didn't look to his right. Okay, 1 minute left. 8 kills. There you go. 9 kills. Looking very good. Good win. Got airstrike, got the mark of distinction done, which is super surprising. And also got more to the T-72B3A. Pretty good. We only need 4 more mods to finish this thing off. I'll be back in 2 seconds, and then we will continue. Okay. Hey, Tiffany. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good today. Everything's okay. Happy Thanksgiving, Frank. Hopefully you're doing all right today, man. Hopefully life is good and you're doing well. Hopefully you are feeling okay. Okay, so let's see. Hey, Murdoch, nice to see you too. Hopefully life is going good. Right. So today we have just completed the marker distinction. We got our dailies done and we got a decent amount into the coupon. We only need 500k. So literally if we just complete the marks, we only need like 30k more. This has been crazy. Like we've just flown through this one. We still haven't got the BMD done yet, which sucks, but we will finish it tomorrow. What we're going to do is we're going to switch over to SnowRunner. And because it is SnowRunner Day, we're going to have a bit of fun with it. I think we're quite close to the end of Tamir, however you call it, which is quite fun. So I feel like the end is in sight with it. Where even is SnowRunner? There it is. Ruff, 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 ruff. AJ is being very AJ. Okay, there we go. Oh, SnowRunner, what are you doing? Okay, it is decided to not open in a full screen mode, so we're gonna have to fix that first. You want to see what my thing looks like right now? Yeah. Why would it do this? It's in like a, I don't even know. Oh yeah, that's definitely full screen, boys. Are we good now? Is this full screen? Yes, there you go. Okay. Create game. Private. Go. Know where you did the event? Yeah, we did it earlier. It's pretty good. All right, back to Tamir. So, just to kind of update you, the last time we played SnowRunner, we ran into the second bug that we've hit on this map. And it was the same bug again. So, if you remember when we were in Drownedlands, there was a vehicle that we played, which when you played it, what ended up happening, or when you repaired it, it crashed the game, which wasn't very fun. I've already done it, Donnie, but you can eat and then come in. But yeah, so off stream, I was on my stationary bike. And what I ended up doing was I ended up just getting that one done. And also at the same time, the other one, which was the one that was up here, also wasn't done. So I ended up doing both of them and just getting them sorted. So both of these are good to go now. And that leaves us with the Tatarin and also Old Faithful. So I thought what we would do is we would work on doing those right now, which should be quite good. I've got my Royal, and then I got my Diddy Boy, so both should be pretty easy to do. We're just gonna fuel up. We're gonna try and get to the step before we run out of fuel. So in terms of it, if we go this way and then this way, I mean, it should be pretty easy, shouldn't it? So just do that. I haven't been to this area before, so but yeah, I ended up doing the two missions. I had a bit of a problem in this area. I ended up flipping one of the trucks, which shouldn't be too surprising. But we did get the 2 missions done, so at least there's that. Hopefully we have enough parts to be able to sort all this stuff out. But this map is kind of small, so going between them generally shouldn't be too bad. Oh, come on. Let's get over here. Okay, right, so that is not good. I can't go this way. So, do I have to, like, go around? Maybe over here? Is it easier to get to, like, the pacifist one, maybe? We can maybe cut across there, actually. Okay, let's try that. Because, yeah, that's just a sheer cliff, so... That's not gonna happen. I'm not doing that. I'll just end up dying. I've been in that situation too many times in this game. It never ends up good. Okay. Forward we go. Is this area a bit better? Slightly, I suppose. No bouncer. Oh my god. God damn, alright, okay, there we go. Whew. Alright, we're through. Let's now take this road. I'm hoping I can just cut across here. Looks like I can. So that's how we get around that little bit. So we got to remember that on the way back. Do. Oh god. Okay, this road's a bit badly angled. Yeah, this part of the map I've never even looked at or been around, so... I just hope I have enough repair parts from like the both vehicles to do it. Otherwise we're gonna have to reset and come again. Which is not entirely what I want to do. Oh man. Actually no, there's like there's a service car here, I could use that. I think I can attach it to this thing. Okay, so we want to go right. This terrain is very unwelcome. Oh, damn, not the bees. Got him. Come on! Up the hill. This road definitely is not the best. Oh, and I nearly fell over my truck there. Alright, Old Faithful. So refuel. There we go. Then repair. Nice. So where do I need to deliver it? Oh, same place. Okay. Actually, that's the mini truck, the 310E, so... No. No! On the road again. It's this truck that we're actually trying to save. It's kind of fun. God damn it, man. That other truck I have is too bouncy. Hey, old man Shorty, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. Yeah, it's usually better when you're not on your side. Hover technology hasn't reached me yet. Hey, Void, nice to see you. Did you start on the American map or the Russian map? I started on the American one. We did Michigan, and then we did Alaska, and now we're doing Taymir. It is Dead Peasant, yes. Yeah, this is made by the same guys. I hate this road so much. Come on! Oh! Alright. I think my vehicle might be too small for this. Come on! No! Power! There you go. Yeah, if you enjoyed Spin Tires and also Snow Runner... oh no, Mud Runner, sorry, because Mud Runner was the second game. You'll enjoy this one too. This one's definitely much larger and also much more challenging. But that's not a negative. Just means you need a bit more patience, you know. Okay, then we cut across here. Yeah, we decided we're gonna do like the first map first, and then like Michigan first, and then the Alaska map, and then Taymir. And we're just gonna go through map by map. So far, Taymir hasn't been too bad. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse, but it's mainly just like there's little like angles and stuff like that you have to watch out for, which is annoying. But my vehicles have been pretty good, I think. Bing bong. Okay. Yeah, we're going the right way. Now, there is a bit of a problem because this vehicle is lighter than my other truck. So trying to be able to unflip that truck is going to be a real problem. But I was able to do it last time, so hopefully I can do it again. Oh. Slime Rancher. I don't know what that is. Okay. Let's go this way. Lovely stuff. Oh, come on. No, 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 no. All right. Not getting little rocks stuck in us. It's not happening. Had enough of that on the other maps. There's Big Bertha. Graced on her side like a lovely beached whale. Okay. Let's see if I can just do the simple one. No. That's a problem. Maybe front end. Maybe if I get a run at it. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do this one. The wheels are turning as I'm like winching. The what? That's weird. The problem is my dinky truck just does not have enough juice. I could try and do this, but no. Mr. Leopard 287, nice to see you. Oh. Donnie's here, so maybe he can save me. Hello, Donnie. How are you?
Good, good, good.
Good.
Ate a bit, improved the mood, food.
Food is very positive. I've managed to flip both of my trucks.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Slight problems. But don't worry, we're bringing the Tatter in, or whatever it's called, to try and save the day. If this thing doesn't have enough power, I don't know what would have enough power to try and get them unflipped. I'm trying to finish the challenges of getting the trucks.
The trucky?
Yeah, at the Rift. I've been able to do 2. One's repaired, and then the other one I haven't touched. Where is this road?
Deployed. Need to go out.
Okay.
A good old gooseneck.
Oh, what are you doing mission-wise?
I think since you're doing some side quests, I can start the Vorone 12, the P recovery. And maybe after we're done repairing all your thing, we can maybe do the lost instrument with the crane.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, do not fall off the side of this hill. There we go. Ooh, Jesus. I hope there's no other maps that are just really hard to, like, get to areas from. Right.
That wouldn't surprise me if there is.
True. Let's get some fuel. Let's save these vehicles. Am I going the right way? Yeah, it just doesn't feel it.
yesterday. I was rolling in my bed at midnight from all the food. I was like, oh, too much. Yeah. I ate like a big poutine. Okay. Some chicken wings.
Ooh.
Insane.
Oh my god.
We add some amazing chicken burger with fries.
That's a shit ton of food. Goddamn.
An entree, you know, a fancy entree with bread and some weird, like, maple syrup, cheese, cranberry, one piece of bacon, or
Maple syrup cheese.
yeah, it's like melted. You just take the bread, put it on there, eat it. Oh, and for some reason, pumpkin seed. I guess for the crunchy. And a good old cheesecake, you know, a piece of cheesecake.
That's so weird. Sounds good though.
And 2 rum and coke, you know.
We're I think with us we have like a soup and social thing coming up, so it's gonna be a bunch of people and make just a massive bowls of soup. And we're gonna try a bunch of different ones, which would be nice. But I've been pretty much sticking to like the diet pretty aggressively. Apart from I had a turkey burger today. That was kind of nice. Finally out with those.
Diet, but like some of these days, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. The body's gonna eat.
Yeah, like the cheat days.
Yeah, it's not a cheat day today. But like, when I'm like, you know what? There's an event. There's something going on. Why not? You know?
Yeah. But right.
But have you seen those prices on these yellow beans? Dang.
Yellow bees?
Beans.
Beans?
The yellow beans.
What is a yellow bean? Like a pinto bean?
No. That's what names. In 5? In the 5 names.
There we go.
There's so many names to them. What? Yellow beans? Yellow wax? Yellow wax bean?
Yellow wax bee?
Beans. They're the long yellow one. There's green one too.
Oh. Interesting.
Some reason the green are like one. A
It's
quarter of the
crazy
price.
expensive. Oh, fair.
Yeah, the yellow one are just crazy expensive, but the green one, yeah.
Okay, one truck unflipped. Let's get it out the way. Oh my god, I nearly flipped it again. Okay, I'm gonna be very happy when I'm away from this truck because I have become very sick of its bouncing. Step needs help.
Heading the right way.
The eternal question. No! Fuck. Alright. No! Right. Both trucks successfully unflipped.
Great victory. I thought the goal was to bring the step 310 somewhere.
Uh-huh.
I thought the goal was to bring the truck somewhere, the step 310.
It is. I've been trying. The problem is it needed to be filled. It needed to be repaired, and then like filled with fuel. So I brought one truck to do that. I was turning it to be able to drag it away. There's one like jagged rock that I hit, and it bounced me over. Then I brought my step 310 to come and fix it. But guess what? It's not big enough to be able to flip the other one. So I was trying to pull it, and then I flipped myself.
Oh.
So now we are using the useful truck that I found in order to solve this. Then the other two could just exist. It's like Tweedledee and Tweedledum over here.
Don't blame them.
Then the other one needs a metric ton of fuel in it. So, how much does this thing carry in fuel? The really good like scout vehicle, like on top of it. Do you know? Actually, I could probably just check.
With the jerry can, 180.
120.
120.
Yeah. So yeah, I could just use that. I think probably, and then just drag it. So I could just fuel up and go. This truck is the TUZ 420 Tatarin. And it's so far easily the best vehicle I've found in this game. The other ones that I'm using, the smaller truck is not very good at all, which is the one that I'm dragging here, the 310. It's just not heavy enough, and it just can't carry a lot. The other one, which is the Royal BM17, which is what I got on the map before, that one's been okay, like, one's been generally fine. We found another big truck on this map too, but it only seems good for like logging, basically. Let's get this going.
Beat that trailer. Rig up.
Got it right here. I didn't sell the Cat 745C. I haven't sold any vehicles, to be honest. Like, I haven't bought any and I haven't sold any, so they're just the ones that I found. They're in my like garage.
Well, it is time to use the gooseneck from the quarry.
Oh dear. Good luck. Alright, this is the annoying area. Let's see if we can just go straight across. Oh, just. I technically could have bought some trucks, I suppose, but I wanted to just play the ones that were on the maps. I don't know if there are ones that you can buy on the standard game that you can't find on the maps. Maybe? Like, I don't know. Oh, we're bouncing. Okay, that's another 310. Nice. So now I have to go restore the Tuz 420 Tatarin. Before we do that, I'll just set this up real quick. Did you see the mega Q&A that Gajin did today?
No.
Oof, it's huge. It's like 25 minutes. BVVD talking about different things.
I thought a Q&A was an hour minimum.
What?
I don't know. I was thought like Q&A are like long, like at least an hour. Not for words under, but like.
Oh, just like in general? Maybe. Okay, let's try this other road. This Tatarin looks like it's in a horrific place. But it doesn't have fuel. Did you repair this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Did I?
I don't know. It only needs
can
fuel,
only
so.
Yeah. Alright. Another goose egg.
Nice. Let's just do this. Yeah, they talked about all types of crazy things and what they're doing and what their plans are. Also
Planning
doing...
at their own age.
They did talk about anti-radiation missiles.
Oh no.
That's not really too surprising. Here we go. Oh yeah, the winter event's gonna have 4 vehicles, just like the other ones. Should be fun. No idea what they're gonna be though. Oh.
Was the winter event the World War One thing?
No, that was
No.
April Fool's. Tatarin is too fat.
I went in there with my eye Tatooine. Just squeeze.
I have to go over all the rocks. Ooh.
Can I No. Detached trailer?
Okay. Hey Bryce, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. I don't think I'm gonna win, to be honest with you. Tried my best, but yeah. We'll see what goes on. Oh, I fixed it. Oh, I got 2 Tatarins now. There you go. But we'll see what goes on, Bryce. Tried to pull out all of the stops. So I can have 2 of the same vehicles.
All right.
Ooh. But now I have to go. I don't think there's anything else to do in the rift. Apart from, well, maybe like some of the other challenges. Man, I'm going to have to keep going to the rift to recover vehicles to then go back to recover another vehicle. And then just keep doing this over and over and over again.
There's not a recover all button.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh my god, trailer. Why you so fat?
Oh, are they, Bryce? God damn. The Chiefs might not make the playoffs this year. That would be wild. That would be pretty nuts. Oh, land mapping. I haven't seen any of the games today. What are the scores? Because I was chatting to like Rocker earlier, and I was like, "Why is there so many games on Thursday?" And then he was like, "You do know it's Thanksgiving, right?" And I was like, "Oh, fair." All makes sense. Right, so do I now have 2 Tatarans in here? No, I don't. So like, does it just disappear? That kind of sucks if that's the case. Oh no, I do have 2. Never mind. So I can just sell it. Boom. So in the truck store... Oh, there is like a bunch of them that I haven't found on maps. Jameson Williams got you 0 points last week, 27 points this week. Jesus Christ. You got so unlucky last week. You've got unlucky twice so far, at least from what I've seen. There was the one where against me, where you got super unlucky. And then Pontiff also got unlucky against me as well. And then last week you just got insanely unlucky. But it was fun to do this year. I hope we do it next year. Okay, so there's certain ones that you have to explore to find in the world, and then other ones you can just buy. I see. Which one have you been using? Is it the Caterpillar CT680?
No, it's the... I don't know the name. It's a Russian one.
On a highway to hell.
Oh, finally out of this. Nope, not out yet.
Right, what are you doing again? Peer recovery?
Yeah.
But do you have everything for it?
I'm bringing the 2 cement block.
Okay, I can do
And
oversized cargo
container-
then.
The cargo is already there. It's at the port.
Oh, fair.
It's on the trailer.
You sure? Oh, did you put it there?
Yeah, the trailer is
Okay.
next to it.
Fair enough. So then our next one. Well, there's supply and demand, but that one we have to do the equipment. Wow, all of these are just weirdly intertwined. Jesus Christ. Oh. So we have to deliver the oil rig. And then also we need an oversized cargo to the oil field and also cargo containers. How big is an oversized cargo?
4 spaces.
Ooh. You didn't gamble because fantasy fills an itch? Well, I suppose that's a positive. I always worry about the gambling stuff. I feel like there's way too many people doing it right now. The fuck is this? So terrible. Okay, I'll bring an oversized cargo. With an oversized, massive truck. Yeah, I think doing the fantasy stuff was super fun. I think we should probably just keep it to the NFL though, because I'm sure like other sports have it, but I don't know. Like, I don't want to do like any other American sport because it's going to take. There's too many American sports that have way too many games to follow, you know? So I think it would be better just to do the NFL stuff. And all of the other sports that I follow, they're like, I don't think anybody else actually follows. So.
Time for cricket.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we could do like a cricket one, but not enough people, you know, do it.
What about a winter one and a summer one?
Should I get a wide flatbed semi-trailer or a wide flatbed 3-axle semi? Probably 3-axle, right?
I don't know the difference.
So this is not enough
They look
space.
similar.
Yeah. Well, one has like 6 wheels, the other one has 2, I think.
It's because the trailer cannot be spawned in. It's blocked by something.
Diabolical, man. There we go. Use saddle low? Nah, I want to try out saddle high, man. I've been using saddle low this whole time. It's time to do some dumb shit. Can't do the same thing every time.
No, it's so large.
Oh, I've just realized I'm gonna have to
Oh
cross
my
there.
lord.
Oh man, yeah. Okay, yeah. Right, so for mine, I'm taking it to the oil rig in preparation. Yeah, I don't want to just like use the same stuff every time. I've been trying out different things, you know, different trucks, different loads. It's been pretty fun. I think the burnout would definitely be a problem, Bryce, yeah. I was chatting to Rocker, like, about some rules for, like, next year. So, obviously, like, we can't have it where at the end of the season, you know, people are out, just trade all their shit to, like, other people, right? So, then I was wondering if there's a feature where you can only trade, like for like. So if you have like a top 10 player in a position, you can, mate. If you have like a top 10 player for a position, maybe you can only trade it for another top 10 player of another position, or like a top 20 player or something. Hi Donnie, I am literally getting stuck on a gate. This is a ridiculously big trailer.
I'm supposed to go with that thing.
And then maybe make the benches smaller, so therefore either trading or what's the other thing is a bit better, like swapping out people, you know, like using the add player, remove player stuff. Oh, you're going that way?
Yeah.
You're going south, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do.
There's a big rock in the way.
How do I not have enough power? This thing is made for power. It's like a fantasy thing, not the beast. So imagine like you set up a team, like a sports team for like a competition, and then if they do well, they each get like different points and stuff. How's it going, Donnie?
Thinking. There's a tree branch blocking my path. Out of the way!
I have become submarine.
Power Hammond. What am I stuck on?
Maybe hitch to the right. I think it's that tree. It kind of just died.
Smooth as a smoothie.
There we go. Oh!
I'm super fat with these things. The oversize is a bit less weight than those things.
For me, I wanted to try this trailer and it's biting me in the ass. The trailer is definitely not designed for this.
But it's funny.
Hey, you gotta try new things in life. Can't be doing the same shit every day. It's boring after a while.
Alright.
Alright.
Just need to climb the rock again, jump a cliff.
Oh no. Don't get stuck, don't get stuck. It's getting stuck. Okay. There we go. Completely... Oh, not fine. Never mind. I lied.
Alright, alright.
Oh!
Don't get stuck now, Betty. Hop. Hop deal.
Wait, what? What am I even stuck on, man? I lifted the whole damn trailer in the air. Okay, no idea.
Made it.
I have no idea what it is stuck on, but we're now even more stuck. There we go. Okay, I finally got around that little corner. Fantastic. Only 50 more to go. Never mind, I'm stuck again. This is what I get for trying to actually have fun and play this game. I forgot. This is one of the games where you just have to do the same bullshit over and over and over again. And don't try things. You know, don't innovate, don't do anything. Just do the thing that works, because otherwise you get punished up to fuck. So really enjoy games like that. Super enjoyable. Very nice. No fun allowed. So what makes these games kind of insufferable sometimes, like, because you get into like the pattern of just doing like the same things over and over and over again, and it just gets like monotonous, you know. Punished for ingenuity. I don't think this is gonna work.
Oh no. Ow.
God damn it, man. I need to somehow pull it out to the side without flipping the damn thing.
I'm running out of fuel.
Is there not fuel down there?
No.
Oh.
There's a trailer depot.
Oh, okay. We can just pick it up. The trailer. Oh. Hey, nice. Maybe the dock or the pier. Oh. That looked kind of weird.
Damn. We didn't fix it. What do you mean? There's a massive hole. I swear, this game betrayed my trust in building.
Oh, man.
How can we go on the pier without falling off? Oh, we can.
Ding, 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 ding.
Do I need something over here before I leave?
Okay. I'm now at a point where it would make more sense for me just to reset and redo this, but I'm now determined. I just claimed Big Titty Goff GF.
Nice.
Thank you for the bits, Mr. Leopard 287. It's very kind of you. Thank you for supporting the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay.
28 liters. 27.
Are you running out?
Yeah, we're just running to the 25.
Ooh.
The countdown is ticking.
Low gear, low gear. Reserve the fuel.
Neutral. Going down here.
Oh no. Sinking. Gotta save this before I sink.
Fuel. Bye.
There we go.
Fuel. Spam.
Come on. There we go. Alright. Power, come on. Wait, what is the... Okay, drilling equipment. Right, there we go. Alright, take it easy. Don't flip it.
Oh, my engine.
What am I stuck on? Who put a tree here? Oh, man. Right. Okay. Right, now we're in very thick mud. So.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you, Donnie. I might need some fuel.
Okay. Don't worry.
I might not, but we'll see. I've used quite a lot so far. Are you bringing the cargo containers?
Yes, I'm picking up the trailer to go pick them.
Alright. Oh. It's gonna get stuck on the tree. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, okay, we're fine. Woof. Do.
Oh! Okay, I need to go to repair then. Oh boy. I hit an axle, a dead axle, and I blew up my back tire, my suspension, my tank fuel. Everything has been exploded.
It's all going wrong. Doom. Alright. Need to take a right up here.
Okay. Fuel carrier. Start with the fueling in. Refuel. There you go.
That looks like a swamp. I'm not sure about that one.
Maintenance trailer. Bye. Repair. Alright.
Alright.
I got oil. There. 2 cargo container.
Okay. Got some traction. I have no traction here at all.
Okay, I got 2 cargo.
Must have been a tree under me or something.
Okay, we go there.
Oh my god, to the quarry there's an actual road.
That looks like. Oof. Okay, so there, down there.
It's an interesting road up. I'll give it that.
Over here. The journey for the cargo container has begun.
I'm nearly there with the oversized cargo. So I'm good with fuel, I think. I made it with this stupid trailer.
Hey,
Oh, man.
a great victory.
This trailer will not be taken back to the storehouse.
It's a good thing we built the bridge.
Oh, man. Oh, the road down south actually isn't that bad. It looks okay.
Apart from the city swamp.
Oof. Okay. You know what? This trailer gets left here forever. Well done, trailer. Alright, what's the next one we have after this? The oil rig delivery or oil rig drill? Where is that even from?
Probably the oil field once we build it.
And we also have to do drilling equipment delivery. Hey, Dead Peasant, nice to see you. Where the hell are the vehicle spare parts from?
Good question.
Oh. Concrete slabs are the quarry, right?
Yes. Or the first map.
Mm-hmm. Right, supply and demand is closed. I don't know where the oil rig drill is. Okay, concrete slab is there. Oh, the vehicle parts is at the warehouse. Vehicle parts are like singles, right?
Yes.
Okay. Will do. Look after yourself, Dead Peasant. See you soon, man. Okay. We could bring out Old Faithful, the Pacific P16. I haven't used this thing in ages.
Or the caterpillar.
Could also do the Dairy Longhorn. That one served me pretty well. It just doesn't turn. That probably won't work. This one just needs like straight roads. You know
Right,
what?
out of the mud.
Nice. We'll just do our boy Dan.
The Dan.
The Dan.
Oh. Okay. Those slab hurt my wheel.
We will go for saddle low.
Not another saddle high?
No.
Oh.
Bring the goose.
Yeah, the path south you mentioned is just full of mud. You lied to me. You said, oh, it's gonna be fine. No, it's not fine.
I mean, the path north is is worse.
It's now full of mud because you went there.
No.
That's the real reason.
I should use the Tega 6436. I don't think I have that. A rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock in the broad daylight. We're gonna rock. Where is the moose? The goose. There we go.
At 3 branches stopping my trailer.
Alright, so I'm gonna start supply and demand. Delivered to the warehouse in Zimnogorsk. Okay, this one shouldn't be that bad. You get it from the SOS mission. It's right next to the garage on the first map. Okay, I probably have it then. You mean like the Michigan map? I don't remember getting that vehicle.
Everybody ate the gooseneck until they played the gooseneck.
It's pretty useful. I've enjoyed it. On Drowned Lands? Oh, well, we've probably done it then. But I don't know which one's the Tiger 6436. Like, we've done all the missions on, like, these maps, so... I don't know.
Maybe we've did that mission, but you need to buy the truck.
What?
The Tiger something.
So it unlocks it to buy? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
I mean, that would be shit. No, I don't have it. Do. Well, this is Drowned Lands, so we've done all the missions on it, so.
We even did the last breaking.
Yeah. I didn't see like a truck anywhere. I don't know.
I see what you mean.
What? Oh, the road?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little road at the end. Hey Viking, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. It's the truck that Donnie's using. You got this from this map, Donnie?
I don't remember. That's the thing.
Yeah, but like all we've done is like
What
go
is
through
it
all the
for?
maps, like doing the missions and stuff. Like if we missed a mission, that's fair, but I don't see it anywhere on the map. Like I thought we'd completed them all.
Maybe it's one of the secret mission we find.
Secret missions.
Like to see like the upgrade that we find randomly.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know how to track missions that I can't see. Or like, you know, find missions. We've just been playing. I found this one on the second map. It's been quite good.
One. Oh,
Nice. So now...
a big cinematic of B building and running.
Nice.
Ah, yeah.
That's the last oil rig.
The Derrick delivery.
Doo-doo-doo.
Is it supply and demand before the other one?
Supply and demand is getting vehicle spare parts and concrete slabs to Zimnogorsk.
What's... Can you check the Derrick delivery in Tiger Oil?
That's just the oil rig.
Wait. Where do we pick up the thing?
It's at the train station, but I think we should do the other one first.
We drown? Oh.
Yeah. So you have to come back here for both. If you do the concrete slabs and I do the vehicle spare parts, then that's this mission done.
Okay. Let's do that.
Do. Hey Takao, nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing good. What do you think of the War Thunder Q&A vehicle? I feel a bunch of people are just butthurt because the response wasn't good enough. But I felt most of them are pretty legit reasoning. To be honest, like Takao, a lot of it is just the stuff they've said previously. And people didn't agree with it then and they don't agree with it now. The problem is it's just one of those where you're just not gonna get people who are happy. So, like, it's just kind of how it goes, you know. I wish, like, there are certain things in War Thunder that there's just parts of the community that they'll just never accept. Like, the way that matchmaking has to work, the effect that certain things have on other stuff, like, yeah. It's just, I don't know, a lot of the Q&A for me was like deja vu, because they've talked about all this stuff previously. Like, it's not like new news, you know what I mean?
Let's try to get those lab out of the quarry again. The first pair was already a pain.
New people coming to the game asking old answered questions. It could be, yeah. Or it could be old heads spreading false information, so people have to ask those questions. I wish old heads would just, you know. This video that you posted, Boston, it's just talking about like the way that the game works. This isn't like the vehicle.
I wasn't paying attention. I hit the pole straight face with the nose.
A lot of it definitely felt old news. People will be upset regardless of the answer because it's not run exactly to the T. Well, even they're just not happy with the answer, and there's a fundamental disconnect between what a developer has to think about and what a player has to think about. A player does not have to think about other people's experiences. A player only has to think about their experiences and how they enjoy something. But a developer has to think about how different people are going to enjoy things. Or they have to do value-based decisions on what they think is worth doing compared to what other people are worth, you know, what other things are worth doing. And that is something that you can't explain to an individual. Like, put it like this, right? It's like this. There's been like a bunch of memes going around about people, the way that people answer questions. So number one, as an example, the average height of a British person is 5'9". And then a person turns around and goes, yeah, but I'm 5'11". So both of these things can be true, but it shows a fundamental disconnect between the person understanding what the first person is saying. Because the first person is talking about the average and talking about everything collectively and looking at it from a whole like thing, whereas the other person is looking at it from the personal point of view and only ascribing their thoughts to themselves and nobody else. So if a dev has to make a decision which affects a bunch of different people and not just one individual, it's incredibly hard for just a simple person to think about it in that way, or to even consider it in that way, because it's just not needed for them to enjoy whatever they're dealing with, or it's not needed for them to think about, right? And that's the problem. So when it comes to like the matchmaking stuff, like you'll see like BUD say something like, well, you know, we try and help as much as we can, but at the end of the day, we want the shortest queue times as possible so people get into the games quickly. And then you'll get a bunch of people who'll turn around and go, yeah, but matchmaking's fine for me, I get into games instantaneously. And it's like, but you're not the only people that exist, you know? There's people who play different BRs, different game modes, different servers and also at different times. So what you see is not the reality of everybody else, right? So the problem is people take collective thought and they apply it to their individual position. And if it doesn't line up with their individual position, they really fucking struggle with understanding it. And that's just like, that's been the problem with War Thunder forever, and the problem with any game forever, because people base it on what they see. They don't look at it from an overall point of view. And then when you explain it to them, they'll get it for like 5 seconds, and then they'll revert next day to doing the same shit again. It's easily the most annoying thing. Like, easily the most annoying thing in the game. BVD is stern answering stuff, not putting any unimagined expectations. Yeah, like, I prefer the way that BVD does stuff because it's the same way that I do stuff. I prefer direct messaging. I really dislike when devs use like flowery language, or they use just maybes, might be's, thoughts. Like, BVD literally just tells you how it is, and that's just how it is, and that's good. That's what you would want. But the problem is, it can't be like an agree and a disagree thing, because they're sat there with all the data going, this is what goes on here. They're the guys who at the end of the day, if shit goes wrong, they're the ones who get punished because they lose their livelihood. So of course, they're gonna make decisions which focus on making sure that stays about, which is what they should do. And that also means making people happy. But an individual looking at that doesn't see that. And it just makes the conversations around this impossible. Like, put it like this, right? Have a look at all the threads and all the conversations that people are going to have about that Q&A, and go read them and see how many people write, but this does not happen to me, or I do not see this. And if you see somebody doing that, you just need to completely disregard their opinions on everything, because they're just not seeing it from the way that they're describing it. They're not seeing it from their... Oh, can I just not go up here?
These fucking rockmen. I'm about to make the mine blow up.
You're the quarry again?
Yeah. And somehow those tiny rocks cannot get pushed.
I don't think I can go this way. Never mind. Come on. No, very close. Maybe I can do it. But yeah, so that's kind of how all this stuff goes, and every time it sucks, like with the Q&A stuff and all of that, but what you gonna do? Nothing you can really do about it. You try and get as many people agreeing and as many people who understand the point as possible, and you just keep saying the same thing over and over again, and you hope for the best. But some levels are pretty good today, Ephialtis, I think. I feel pretty good. Oh my god. This is not designed for this hill.
Alright. Out of the quarry, you. I never want to get back in the quarry again.
There are a few errors of this map which are just very annoying. There we go, got it. Nice. Just needed a little bit. Just a smidge. There we go. Whew. And we need to go right. Good. Down the hill. Someone just left the tree there. Very cool. Uh-oh. I haven't spoken with Freeman today, no. Spoke with him yesterday, obviously. Playing some Gates of Hell. It was pretty fun. Am I gonna be able to go through here? Like, I always get confused with his work schedule. When he works and when he doesn't. Because, like, we set up to play stuff and he's like, yeah, I'm available, and then he has to, like, go to work like an hour later, and it's like, okay. So I've asked him, like, he said, do I want to watch a movie tonight? And I've had to explain to him again that I can't just drop everything to watch a movie. And I told him I schedule everything in a week in advance nowadays, which is what I do. And I need him to also schedule these things in advance. Instead of, like, it's another one of those things where it's just like, I cannot. It's just another one of those planning things where, like, you know, these things need to be planned way ahead of time. I can't just, like, if it's the morning of a day and somebody asks me, like, oh, do you want to watch a movie tonight? Unless it's like the missus, it's not going to work. I've already got all this stuff planned, you know? Oh. Like, you gotta give me a bit more time for something like that. Hey Alex, nice to see you. I don't know what I'm stuck on, Donnie. I'm stuck on something.
I'm out of the quarry, finally, road.
You could just go to that other warehouse in the south. Instead of going to the quarry. That might be a little bit easier.
Which warehouse did you say?
In the drowned lands. I just don't... What am I stuck on? I'm so confused. Because it's
And to get
night.
some fuel.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Not the bees. I think... Honestly, Donnie, I've absolutely no idea what I'm stuck on.
That road look like a pain with a trailer.
I mean, there was one point that wasn't great, but the rest has been alright. But this area? Like... I don't know what's happening, but... I think I must have just got like a bunch of stones or something stuck under me, but I couldn't see them. Right, up. Okay. There we go. Finally got up the damn hill. I'm high-scented. No! There we go. Nope. Oh! This is such a pain. Here we go. Alright, one of the last turns. One's not gonna go very well. Yeah.
Yeah, this place is a pain.
Yeah. Very tight corners. Oh, what? 156 damage. What? Wait, that is unreal.
Did you blew up your back tires?
Hey. Jesus. Right, I think I can go straight through here though, can't I? I can go sell this trailer. Oh yeah, one of my tires is just dead.
It's wobbly wobble.
Yeah. Should be fine though. Nice. All right, recovered. Whew. Are you nearly done? Oh, you go around that way, really?
Yeah, I'm crazy.
Hmm. Oh, I need to get a crane. That's the one mission that we have over here. Which one should I use as my crane vehicle? The White Western. Let's see. The best things on this? No. Just gonna go full chain. This thing is not fast enough to have an issue. All-wheel drive. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Lost instruments. Which lost instruments do you want to start with? Like the one furthest west? Like it's near the oil rig.
Yeah, we can do for the forest and just loop around.
Yeah.
Since we need to drop them at the warehouse, no? No,
Yeah.
the truck trade.
Yeah, south of
storage
that.
thing.
Yeah.
He's gonna jump off a cliff again.
I use a keyboard and mouse for War Thunder. I use a controller for Snow Runner. Pretty cool. Oh, I can't go out that way. Whoop. Yeah, I think with SnowRunner, it's definitely worth using a controller.
There we go. I'm in the city.
Nice. For War Thunder, keyboard and mouse all the way. Ooh. Really broke myself.
Now, where's the entrance for that place? On the right.
Hope this thing has enough power to get through the mud here, actually. You know what? You're getting retired, brother. I'm not doing it. I can't. I fucking can't, man.
It lasted a good 5 minutes.
Yeah, it had a great... It was great on the second map and the first map, but I can't. I just can't. Oh man, how sad. It does kind of suck how like a lot of my vehicles are just no good on this map. It's just
Alright.
don't do anything. Alright, well done. No, it's lost instrument. Oh, lost instruments time. Do 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 do.
That's where I saw one of the statue of Mr. Leninsky. There you go.
Is that where it is?
Achievement unlocked. Find boat Leninsky.
Nice.
Yeah, right in the city.
Okay, my actual good truck has got stuck in the same place. What has happened to this road?
Back on the road again.
Back on the road again. Probably the crane.
Probably hitting left and right in the ground.
There we go. Do-do-do-do. Right, going across the water. Come on. Thank you for the subscription, Akima. Thank you for continuing to support the channel. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Right, where do I have to go? Okay, straight down the road. So this is the road I tore up earlier. But we were able to do it, which was cool. There we go. This whole area is just mud. Whoa. And oh, the terminator leak as well? I'm pretty sure it is. Nice vehicle to end the year on, you know. Plus the Booker. The Booker T.
No, I don't want the Booker. Oh.
The fat tank.
All I want is a Ram 3. Thank you.
See you later, Miss Leopard 287. Enjoy yourself, man. Come on, baby, light my fire. Okay, I'm getting there. Slowly but surely.
Off-road parkour.
So there is a tiger on that first map. Oh my god. It's actually really close to the entrance. Yeah, I could have had like an amazing vehicle this whole time that I've been using these things. Alright, we can go get it after this one. It needs wheels, parts, fuel.
Let's prepare for engine start and go to the garage. Bring the Tatooine.
That's in.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it for fuel purpose along the path.
Fair. It's a good idea. Okay. I see your truck. I can slot in next to it.
See, I'm playing the Tatooine, which is a BTR. Work on the BTR is too fast. My max speed is 4 gear. Should have asked that question in the Q&A. Why is your BTR faster than SnowRunner BTR? Okay. Now don't tell me it's because it's a new BTR. Stop that. Oh, the BTR is drowning. Help! We're good.
Okay. First one is on your trailer.
Alright. The BTR is almost placed.
Where is the next one? Back where I came from.
Yep.
Fun!
Yes.
Off we go. Yeah, fuel is a good idea. I'm already down like 100 liters.
Let's turn on the beacon. Stop the engine. Change track.
Dun, dun, dun.
The cargo has been packed.
Nice. Ooh. Hidden rock.
Did the question, where's my White Rock Fortress map? Was in the Q&A, you know?
It was.
Ooh. Is it still in development after like 5 years?
It is. They are updating it, and they even said it might come this year. So
Ooh.
maybe in the next major update.
All they did was a winter.
We've added snow.
But they didn't change the mud just to put the knife and the you know.
Oh man.
See, the mud was not the problem. The lack of snow was. What?
We realized that the problem was you could actually see the enemy targets. Now we've blinded you. Much better.
A fan favorite question. But those are a banger.
There's a lot of same questions people always ask. Oh, say la vie.
But they must be answered for the crime. I did laugh at you trying to climb the hill with your T64 and failing.
Classic T64. That's been really fun playing though, I will say. I've enjoyed it quite a lot.
With the ERA on it, make it. So about the ERA on that thing is like contact 5 of the reason. It's just so powerful.
Yeah, it's really good. Good old BV. I think I go right here, yeah.
And you can shoot missile. Pew!
I'm glad Sweden gets a new AA. Yeah, Sweden's gonna get a new multi. Oh, well, I don't know if they said a new AA, but it's gonna be a new thing. That would be cool.
And ADATs.
Can you imagine? Just
another
British ADATs.
A 113 ADAT again.
You get an ADATs. I don't even know what Sweden could get though. Like, do they use multi-vehicle AAs? I'm guessing they do, but yeah, I got no idea. This road is not being friendly. Also, I don't think we can go over the center, right? Or is the thing in the ravine?
It's in the ravine.
Damn. So we have to go all the way around?
I would assume so.
Shocking.
So much mud. Coming.
Oh, this one's like on the side of a hill. So, in this one, there's like a road over here in front that we could do, or I could kind of like drag it behind. Oh, I could move, make it a bit easier. Oh, I gotta be careful. I'm gonna roll. Da-da.
We're supposed to go left. Yeah, we're supposed to go straight. Left, right.
You're supposed to go
No,
right, but it's whatever's easiest for you.
We're gonna go jump the hill. I mean, I kick. Oh, the other is that way. Okay.
Huh. I need to drive. That works.
I've
Okay.
kidnapped your bucks.
Hey Bruno, nice to see you. What's the heavy news? There's whoop! There's a there's a community update with a bunch of news in it. They did a big Q&A. They did the first devlog of the season. Anything.
Review.
Okay.
Wrong vehicle.
I'm at 120 liters.
Let's see. Review. E.
Oh no, Bruiser. Oh no. No. No, well, at least
Time to
from not
switch
what I
again.
know. Oh no. My grill's stuck. Oh man. Oh, 2 seconds! I'm stuck.
Oh my god.
My
This
grill's too
man.
big.
Oh, whoa.
What? What? Well,
Why are you so bouncy?
fantastic. Hey, Mr. Mustache, nice to see you. No, we're not on the new map. This is time of year.
You dare flip again.
That little rock there did that.
Okay, I need to move my truck up and the road again. I need some I need some breathing room. Okay. Attempt number 2.
I can't wait to retire this truck.
Oh.
What? Can I activate the crane and push myself up? No.
Trying to turn around so I can flip you. Okay. Come on, BTR. Push. Okay.
Hold. Okay. Oh. All right. There we go. Right, I think I have to get in front of your
Okay,
vehicle.
stop
here.
the engine.
You should know it should be okay.
Alright. Now we might get stuck. But your crane might get stuck on the bridge though.
Ah. I can swing it left. There you go. Oh, I'm stuck on this now? Whoop! There we go. Oh, eat. How much damage?
I earned that.
Oh. Oh, Donnie, don't.
What?
In a precarious position.
I just see that.
There we go. Okay.
Well, I'm stuck in the mud.
Same.
I let you the 3. The dead 3 on the road.
Very kind. There we go.
Okay. Time to bring the tether in the fight.
Oh my god. This is so slow getting through here.
Small issue.
Okay, I think I can grab it now.
Okay. I'm perfect. On back.
Nice.
I just learned we are connected to make my ramp. Oh boy. I'm
Right.
stuck. Hang on.
There's trees on the sides.
I can't move.
Well, I've got great news. Neither can I. Oh!
Okay, maybe. Okay. Activate the ramp. Hey.
Oh, there's a tree right here. That's why I can't move.
I'm on solid ground.
Nice. Oh! Ah, you bat! Trees are made of
need
wood.
some-
Hammer.
Easy.
Oh, come on. One more time. Okay. Good stuff.
Okay, stop
No.
doing it. Oh my god.
Save. Save. Nope. Ah!
I thought we were going straight.
There was a rock there. It's just a rock. For no reason right there. And this thing is so badly centered. It has such a high fucking center of gravity. I bounce on that rock once, and I'm just on my side. I can't take it, man. I am so done with this being my best truck. I need one which is heavy as fuck.
I'm just pushing you so I can flip you.
Oh.
Okay. It's a good thing that the emergency BTR is here. Come on! I can't turn. Okay. Attempt number 5. At this rate, I'm gonna take back some fuel I gave you. Come on.
There we go. How do you obtain trucks and vehicles in this game? So you can either find them on maps, or you buy them like from the store, or you can like buy DLCs which have access to them.
Okay.
Alright, where's
Stop
this
the
next
engine.
one? Okay, it's not that.
Alright.
On the road again. There's a lot of mud on my vehicle now. But yeah, so all the vehicles that you've seen me use, we found them on the different maps, which is kind of fun.
Oh, yes. Come on. Almost. Almost. Okay. I'm up.
This is the bit where I got stuck previously, and I have still no idea why.
I'm on the road.
Come on. Nice.
All the vehicles are up.
Huh?
All the vehicles are up the hill.
Whoop.
Time to get the last box.
Okay. Go left here. More mud.
Oh, that's gonna be muddy.
I might actually just sell this truck. I'm so sick of it. I'd rather not be able to go through any other maps. Get stuck instead of just flipping constantly.
The race. The race war has begun.
Oh no. What? We'll put a fence here. You think I can extend enough? Let's see.
I think so.
Extendomatic. Yeah.
There we go. Stop the engine.
What difficulty we're playing on? The standard one, I think.
There's a difficulty.
Well, I think like the realistic one or whatever, like where you have to pay for fuel. Yeah, we're just playing on like the standard one. This is the first time I've been playing it, so. Oh, look at that. Glove. Absolute glove, that.
Let's go.
So it'll be delivered to the pier. Now I'm gonna go and see if I can find
The Tatarin.
that Tatarin, yeah.
No, it's the Tiger. I lied to you.
What? How dare you?
It's the Tiger. 6, 4, 3, 2, maybe 100.
Where are they? Let's have a look at them.
Now you just abandoned me in the mud-filled lane.
I can't tell where it is. Am I blind? It's like down like a river somewhere. Big like cave rock thing. How can I not see this? Oh, right. Is it that? Could be that. Okay. It's here, I think. Yeah. It's so hard to tell, man. I'm like looking at this dude's like, it's there!
In the mud.
What is it doing there?
Oh, is it the milk truck? Oh,
It's some big ass truck.
wait. I think you went there and you forgot about that thing.
I don't have a quest for it. What do you mean I
Because
forgot
I
about it?
Well, you went down that path and said, "Hey, there's a truck down there." Maybe like 7 stream ago.
20 hours ago.
Remember 7 stream ago in like 7 weeks. That one time, okay?
20 hours ago. Bastard.
In between the Freeman 40K.
Oh shit, yeah, I do actually remember this because it was when I was struggling on this stupid road. Yeah, because it has that faulty bridge.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Alright, well, we're gonna go and get the quest for it.
Is it a quest?
Well, I'm guessing so. I haven't actually...
Back home.
I mean, maybe. But I can't, like, select it or anything, so...
Maybe you need to repair it.
Yeah, probably. But then that would be a quest, wouldn't it?
You not true. This game tech is like a minefield. You can build it. Okay. Sometime. When will Freeman play the Minecraft minefield? Forget about 40K.
Did he?
For the fun. No, I want Freeman to play that.
Yeah, that was a wild thing to learn about.
I mean, can't be worse than the battle royale when you shoot other people.
Hmm? I've gone down the wrong street.
the DLC for it is the Dutch demining in like 1946. Just to make sure you're like forever like in PD. You need to watch that movie about the Dutch demining thing. Is it the Dutch or the Denmark?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing it would be Dutch because of the East Indies. Oh, as if I saw this long ago and just completely forgot about it. I'm such a moron sometimes. Yeah, I just never got the quest for it, man. Absolutely diabolical. Oh, it's royally fucked up. There you go. Alright. I'm gonna drag it home. Where the hell am I? Okay. So I could have had a better truck this whole damn time. Well, at least we get to use it for the last mission. Oh, did one just fly off?
No, almost. Oh god.
This thing is fighting.
Push it. Almost. It's leaking fuel tank.
Uh-oh. Let's go this way.
One, two. All right.
Right, you can come and help me with this thing.
The hanger.
What? It's stuck on something, and I do not understand what it is stuck on. Okay then.
Okay. Recover one. Retain. Go on the map. Recover two. Ground land. Garage go.
There we go. Yeah, I need to repair this thing. I need to give it fuel. I need to give it parts, and then I think we get it. Pretty close to the thing though. So do you have like a repair truck or fuel truck?
Bring a Tatooine.
It needs more than that.
How dare you?
It needs 400 parts.
But we can have two Tatooine pulling the truck then.
It needs 400 parts, and it needs like 300 fuel and two wheels.
Okay.
So it needs. But I'm nearly back to the garage. Just need to get down the hill.
Let's see, customize. So a service thing install. That. Leave garage.
Da-da-da. You brought the big boy. There you go. Oh!
Repair. It's fixed.
Nice. I just needs fuel. You can give
Do I
it
have
some
to-
of mine. There you go. Alright, it needs a wheel. You got a spare wheel? Brother.
Need a gear wheel.
Huh? It needs one more spare wheel.
What? No.
It's a 5 out of 6.
Oh, for me it's full. It's your question. You need to complete it.
Lord. Not this shit again. Right, be prepared for it to fucking crash the game.
Okay, you know what? I have a plan.
That's
It
dangerous.
can't crash if I'm not in the game. I think.
I think it fucking can.
Nah. Wait. Don't say those things.
There you go. We got it.
Okay, I can join
Alright.
back in.
Yes. The things we have to do.
To play
As
a game.
if I could have had a better truck this whole time. Oh my! Oh, and we had the engines in for it and everything. Oh man! 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 What an absolute disaster! What is the difference between MHS and DMHS wheels?
I don't know.
They look the same.
The name. I would assume there's maybe a small difference in performance, but I just take the chain tire.
Oh,
I'm
so you
simple.
like slide all over the place?
Yeah.
Okay. High-powered medium. Spare wheel. Get a big snorkel. Saddle high, right? For the oil thing? Or is it something else?
You get what?
We need to move the oil thing.
Yeah. I guess satellite.
Okay.
Right.
You gonna bring supplies or something similar?
I can bring the funny BTR and just chug along.
Sounds good. Oh shit. It's got a beautiful tiger camera. But red it is. Alright. Yeah, I think this is your truck. God, as if. Oh my lord. As if. We've straight up done this map on hard mode, man. Oh. Well, at least we get to enjoy this at the end. I should also turn around too. So I wonder if I've missed like other trucks on the other maps. I don't think I have. Wait, why is it not giving me this? Do I need a saddle high or do I need something else?
Do you need like a... Maybe you need a bed, like a trailer to pick it up? I would assume it's like 4 spaces. Maybe like a big one.
Oh, I thought I could just like attach it. Yeah, you're probably right. Drill is a 5-slot cargo, okay. So, nice to see you, by the way, Sharp Shot. Hopefully you're doing good. So, oh, where are we taking this? We're taking this to the oil field, right? So I probably want to saddle low then. Because those flatbed trailers were just a pain. Yeah, we could do the semi-trailer maybe. Super heavy semi-trailer, just to take the absolute living piss. Okay. Let's do saddle low. A hydrolift saddle? What is that? Right, so step deck or flatbed semi? Flatbed semi, we haven't used this one before. This thing puts out a lot of smoke, man. Ooh. Pollution time. Oh, Jesus. Hey, Delipa, nice to see you. You can do this game. Oh my god. You can do this game up to 4-player co-op if you want to. Alright. Back up. Alright, beacons on. Ready for business. Alright, we're taking the North Road, Donnie?
Yeah.
Where are you?
Waiting.
Ah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, we have significantly lost speed. It's definitely not as fast. I can't even imagine taking this with like one of the other trucks though.
The warning beacon has been lit.
This will mean the oil rig drill will be ready. Sorted. We may need a crane on standby because it might flip over because the drill's rather top heavy. Yeah, we'll see. Luckily there's the garage in the other place, so if we need something we can bring it in. I've also very used to flipping myself, so I'm sure we'll have a catastrophe or two along the way. This vehicle feels so much nicer, so it might not actually happen. Also it says Gear Tech on the top of it. It's kind of fun.
The new word on the logo.
Okay.
Do not worry, the safety vehicle is coming.
This is our last mission on this map, right?
I think so.
Crazy. We've got to decide what we're doing next. Do you want to do the time trial missions, or do you want to go to the next map?
The time trial looks such a pain.
Are they hard? Or...
I've played one,
Yeah.
and it's alright. But I don't. Can you do it in co-op? I think it's like a solo thing more.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I got no idea, Gav. I feel like I've driven this road like 100 times.
But it's the last time.
True. The last time in
That's the thing.
Tamia. You can get the Leopard 2A4 in this game. Do people just like nick the models from other games and just like stick them in?
I would assume that.
Or they're not like modeling them for the game, surely. Here we go. The only mods you use right now, the amazing high detail, hyper realistic military trucks. Oh, cool. I'm trying to do the game like vanilla, and then maybe we'll experiment later, but I doubt it. I think it's kind of fun just experiencing this game the way that it's supposed to be. Whoop. Okay, first map crossed. Pick up some fuel on the second map.
I'm on my way.
I'm on
I just
my way.
crossed the lake.
You didn't go near the warehouse?
Listen, I'm slow, but at least I can jump over mud.
Here we go. Nice. Alright, pick up some fuel. I'm straight up creating a haze. Is this going to the oil field in the northwest?
Yes.
Like where we went before? Okay. So we have to go down that mud path again. Oh, damage. Okay then. Whoop. Okay, we're good. Means I'm gonna have to go down that horrific road with this thing. Unless, no, because even if we go south, we still have to go down that awful road. Did I get the tank scout off this map already? You mean the, what's it called, Donnie?
The Tatooine.
The Tatooine? Yeah, I have the Tatooine. I actually had two of them, surprisingly. I was able to sell one for some money, unless there's a different one. I got like a few different trucks from this map, which were quite nice. I don't know whether after completing these maps I should have a look and like see what vehicles are available on the maps and see if I missed any. Maybe that would be an idea, now that we've like kind of completed them. But yeah, I don't think I did. Maybe I missed this one. Okay. Alright, so let's go left and right. Is it important to have any DLC, or is it good just to have the standard version? So the standard version gives you 3 maps, and then the DLCs basically just give you additional maps. So Donnie and I, we have played the 3 main maps that you get with the base game, right? And that's it. We haven't played anything else, and we have spent 70 hours doing them, and we are 45% through. So yeah, the DLC maps are cool. They add new vehicles, they add new objectives. You know, they all have their own stuff, right? But at the end of the day, if you want a lot of content, you don't need them. I would recommend picking up the standard game on sale and then waiting for the season passes to go on sale and then picking them up, you know, one by one, playing that one, and then when the next one's on sale, do it like that. Because, yeah, there's just so much content in the game. Like, it's just crazy how much there is. Let's swap into low.
Catherine is helping.
Really trying. There we go.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, God. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Whoa, 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 whoa. No! Got it! Alright.
Good, we're good.
Jesus.
Believe.
Stuck now.
You stuck?
I have no idea what on. I think I'm wedged. There we go. That should be good.
Oh.
I lied.
I'm just easy on W.
Low gear. Let's try that. Hey Christian, nice to see you. Good evening. Okay. It's going alright, Christian. We're actually really close to finishing the main objectives on this map. Pretty crazy, actually. Nearly there. You okay?
Almost flipped because of the rope. Are you good?
Ooh. There we go.
Alright.
It's just like a random little piece of mud there. King of the hill.
Are you stuck in the mud?
No. There we go. Stuck in that.
I wanted to
little
jump
area.
off the rock, and I was like, that's a bad idea. Oh god. Ooh.
Come on. Last time I played the map, you got a bug right where you are now that just sank your rear wheels. It's like 4 feet into the ground. Sort of gave up at that point. We have run into a few bugs on this map, which are actually game-breaking bugs. Like, when we completed missions, it'll crash the game! Oh, you got so lucky. You got so lucky.
That's playing. That's playing. We go right or left?
I go right. Yeah, just in this little area, 'cause it's just easier than the mud.
Ooh. Big mud.
And then, well, I mean, it was easier when I wasn't as heavy. Oh no, still fine. And then we hang left, and then we take a right afterwards. Yeah, like through there. Oh, man. Okay. There we go.
That way.
I think we go right here, right?
Yes. Slowly but sure.
And we go right. Nice. This truck definitely made things easier. God damn, I should have had it earlier. Oh my god. What a pain. Well, at least we'll have it for the next map. Oil rig drill.
Oh, I killed the fans with my honk.
Boom.
Hey.
Achievement unlocked. Complete every contract in the game. Boom.
We did it.
We did it. So yeah, literally, we've done all of the main missions, and I'm pretty sure all the side tasks, apart from the, like, timed ones.
We missed one over here, I think.
The sawmill one?
Yeah.
Ah, never mind. We're not done yet. We're gonna have to go down there.
Let's see.
Thank you for your work, trailer. You will now live here.
Wow.
Everybody loves the big trailers at the oil fields.
I'm gonna go look at what the quiz is.
Where am I?
Just following down a path with no lights on.
Following the leader.
Am I going in the right way? Okay, I am.
Okay. This thing uses fuel like crazy. I suppose that's
Yeah.
kind of its downside. Oh, God.
Let's see. No,
What is it?
we need 2 metal beam
Oh,
and 1 oversized cargo.
Mate. Well, at least they're not that far. Both in the same place. I mean, I can start on the oversized cargo. Oh, are you gonna do that?
Let's see. The middle beam is the easiest,
Yeah.
and you're already down there.
Is there a fuel thing over here, though?
The trailer
Oh,
garage.
okay, got a trailer. 'Cause, yeah, I'm kind of worried I'm gonna just run out of fuel.
Where's my gooseneck?
Bring in the gooseneck. Metal beams, 2 slots?
Yes.
Okay, so we need 2 2s.
All right.
Good evening, Gabe. Nice to see you. Doing very well, thank you. Just getting through the mud, as per. Diving in.
The eyes, they're looking at me. The eyes.
Such a nice little quirky thing.
There's 2 eyes looking at you.
Okay. Think you may have found something in the hangar in War Thunder. There's a map on the wall I've not seen before. It looks like a ground map. Oh, really? Is it the map of the actual hangar itself? Because I remember there was a map inside of the hangar showing the map of the hangar. The hangar section.
That's quite dramatic.
I need deep breaths after that one. My God, is there only one way into this place? Oh. Okay. Let's get ourselves a goose.
Oh, well, wrong thing.
What?
I said bacon. No.
Oh, we bought some like British bacon the other day. It was really good.
Ooh.
But, yeah. We went
Some
to
big juicy slice.
we went to okay then. Went to like a British store and bought a bunch of stuff for Christmas. They had some like frozen Lancashire pig bacon. It was just really nice. Had a few rashers.
You went crazy. Crumpets? Any crumpets?
Crumpets are pretty big over here.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get those metal beams. Boom. This thing is also way more maneuverable than the other vehicle. This is just like flat out better in every way. I suppose fuel economy is a problem, but like, I mean, you can get around that so easily. Oh!
What have you done?
This village just has a massive pond in the middle of it.
An important ritual. They don't have a pool deck or a pond, is there?
Come on. I can't like get... There we go. I couldn't get like the back wheels up.
I'm stuck.
Ah!
I'm stuck. He abandoned me in my time of needs.
There you go.
There you go. I rushed to get over here. You get paid by the delivery.
We need the sawmill job. Keep afloat.
It's to build a bridge.
It would be hilarious if we just made all of this mud just into like wood. And done. Alright, good turn. Ah! What? Mate.
Or did you ice enter your trailer?
On what? So... Like, honestly, what? What is happening? It's not giving me the points I latch onto. Oh. Right. What? tried that. Oh, well, okay. Works now. Fuck it. Why not?
Throw the ball at the end, you know.
Do.
Trailer. Detach.
The sawmill
Hey, we have
is
wood.
open. Just right in time.
And I think that's the last one of the last one.
God damn. So that is Tamir done. So we've done Michigan, we've done Alaska, we've done Tamir. And then the other maps, at least that I have access to. I don't know which ones you have access to, Donnie, but
The Kona Peninsula and Yukon.
yeah, I have those two, and then I have Wisconsin, and then Amur.
Wisconsin.
So those are
Yeah, I'm more the last one I have.
alright. But yeah, so I think the next one we'll do next week will be the Kola Peninsula, which only has 2 maps, but who knows? Maybe they're absolutely massive. Yeah,
Back to snow.
yeah. Finally in SnowRunner, we're snowing again instead of being in mud, which has been most of our time in this game so far. That was really fun. Very enjoyable. Well done, Donnie. Got through it.
Another map done.
Yeah, redone. All right, brother. I'll catch you later.
Bye bye.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go chill. I'm gonna go relax. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. Have a good time. Bye bye.